Hello, chat. How's it going? I have a cat here. You look so cute sitting in that chair, I'm not gonna lie. Just a little cat. Anyway. Good cat. I didn't put out to the allies whether or not that they could join. I'm just like sitting in the BC right now, and I was like, I put at the top, come join the live read if you want. And the cat appeared. Yeah. That's why I like to put them. Usually when we're doing like our vibe nights, I put vibe gain up top. Silly little things. Now, so today it's not just gonna be live read, I'm also gonna be editing as we go. In case there's anything that either sounds weird when I say it aloud, or if I got fucking names wrong, because that's happened way too many times. And, you know, added punctuation here and there. In the off chance I think of extra descriptors, I'll add that too. So that reminds me, I was gonna share the actual first chapter in chat, the one that I posted on my website way forever ago. Pin that message. So if anybody wants to read along, they can. Though, like I said, things may change. Anyway, yeah, because you never find time to read my story. It's okay. I'm also very into fan fiction right now. What? Mom messaged me. Yeah. Messaging mom back real quick. Also, in preparation of this stream, sorry, I know we're supposed to get into doing the reading stuff. I just want to yap a little bit, okay? In preparation of this stream, before, about 2 hours before, I ended up taking a shower to warm up my neck muscles because I was kind of hurting all day, like my voice was. So I was like, oh no, am I not gonna be able to do this stream? So I was like, you know what? I'll do everything I can. So I took a shower, specifically to warm up my muscles, loosen them up, because it's the tension that's been causing my voice issues. The tension in my muscles is compressing my voice box, and that's why I get both pain and raspiness and all that. So yeah, I figured that would be the best way to add direct heat, because trying to finagle my heating pad around my neck was not gonna be easy. And I also figured the steam would help too. Speaking of, right. let me actually put some water in my humidifier, because I forgot to do that. But yeah, I did that, and then immediately after, I wrapped a blanket around my neck, so that way it would maintain said warmth. And it's still kind of around my neck, but it's a little looser now. And oh no, it's fine. I mean, I was dry by then. It's just like I wrapped it to maintain the warmth. Yeah. And then I made some tea. I drank that all already. I also had soup for dinner. So I did a lot to prepare for this stream. Is this still warm? I think it is. Please don't spill. Can't actually see the top line, so I'm just gonna stop there. How warm is that? Oh, that's still very warm. I can make another cup of tea out of that. Hang on. I have my tea kettle next to me. I boiled that water an hour ago, by the way. What tea shall I drink? I probably should do the lemon ginger. Yeah, I had some of that last night. Because streamer I was watching mentioned having tea, and I was like, you know what? Tea's probably a good idea. I almost put that in my humidifier. That's the wrong thing. I don't have my scented oils, unfortunately, right here, easily accessible. Which was why I was gonna do it before stream, but alas, I'm an idiot. No, I was doing some last minute touches to the stream, which you guys will see shortly. Let me find the right button to get this running. You're right doing the thing. Oh, did I put it on wrong? So... Right, you have a specific direction you're supposed to go. Like this, I think. It's moving. There it goes. It just took a second. Okay. So yeah, I have a little fun little thing that I did. I thought of just before stream today, and it's this. So I I put my little visual novel text box at the bottom and then color keyed out the color of the paper. So you guys will see as I scroll through. Yeah. Fun. But yeah, if you guys want to see what I'm actually doing, you will see it live. You will see the edits as they happen. Sorry, I'm adding honey to the tea. Give it a sec. And we'll actually get started. I finished my tea just before stream, so. And I considered bringing my teapot with me when I went to the bathroom. But Because I have to actually run my teapot in the bathroom. I can't run it in my room because it will pop the breaker. Yeah. And I was like, I don't want to do that midstream, so. Stir the honey. Might have put a bit much in there, but that's okay. I prefer my tea sweet as hell. I need to get more honey because I'm like on the tail end of it. If I make another cup tonight, I'll probably use the last of it. Okay. 20 minutes in, we can finally get started. It's fine. Uh-huh. It is also funny that you can still see my mouse, though. So weird. I think I can turn that off, actually. But should I is the real question. Fair enough. Mom messaged me back. Yeah, nobody's spoken in chat yet, so. Yeah. You're the one in chat. Interesting. That's stuff I'll worry about later. The mom's trying to get me a thing for like infrared therapy or something like that. So she's messaging me about right now. Okay. Do I have everything ready to go? I think so. The only thing it'd be to switching to the right music. I'm crafted a playlist this morning just as I did for the Mysteria streams. Ooh. That was not a good burp. Okay, hopefully my stomach will cooperate. It's been really bad today, so I apologize if I have to get up and use the bathroom again. Listen. That's the story of my life. My body constantly rejects me, so today's just a really bad tummy day. Where's my... There's the music tab. Yeah, but I had to go pick up mom and stepdad from the airport yesterday night. Yeah, yesterday night. It was cold as fuck. I had to defrost my car for the first time. Yeah. I was glad for the blanket in my car. So I was chilly. My feet were numb after. Like pins and needles numb. Cause that's my neuropathy and all that. Anyway. We should get started. Oh, wait a fucking second. These guys have not been hearing my music this whole time. I just looked over and I didn't see any wave. They haven't been hearing you either. Hey, God. Yep. They see this cat lighting up, but they don't hear. Yeah. Oh, that's not the right headphones. Where's the right headphones? If I do that, does it work? Hold on.
I've been using my Switch at work with my kiddo, and you know my name on my personal account on Switch is Neko, and like the kid was like just thought it was the funniest thing, and then just kept saying Neko, Neko, and like my response was, yeah, and he like was trying to make it like a joke, and I was like, it's my name. You're not. You're just saying my name over and over again.
Yeah,
It's
you
not like
just
you're
gone by
saying
that for
something
years
funny.
now. Long before we even started this channel.
Yeah.
Anyway, chat can hear you now.
Hey, hi, chat.
Oh my God.
I've been talking and I've been your spokesperson the last little bit. Glad to know you've
Yeah.
not heard me.
So yeah.
I just realized my bedroom door has been open this entire time. Not that there's anyone in the hallway, but you know, in case
Oh, yeah.
the other allies didn't want to deal with stream, I should probably, you know.
It is what it is. Okay. Let's get started properly now. Okay. Bah. Hey. Fuck.
You doing okay?
Yeah. I'm just like, it's crazy that I went 20 minutes without realizing that they couldn't hear you.
Oh yeah, it has been.
Well, yeah. Anyway. Let's get started,
Conversations
shall
this whole time.
we? Okay. Ryuuna, what's on the docket today? A deep voice resonated through the large room behind a screen. It was still a little gravelly from having just woken up, but he was already up and changing. Which one, sir? Ryuuna asked rather formally, but it was still his way of teasing the Emperor, a privilege only his most trusted can truly get away with. You know which one. Amber eyes leered over the top of the screen at Ryuuna, who was trying to stifle a laugh at the pouty, annoyed expression. That needs a comma there. Hang on. Yeah. Anyway. This isn't cooperating with me, that's fine. Emperor Bushu Yushi was a powerful man who won his right to the throne through his mastery of the art of warfare, having conquered the land from his tyrannical predecessor as he led the charge personally, slaughtering his way to his position. It was amusing for Ryuuna to see what the world knew as a terrifying and imposing figure pout like a child. I should read it from this side, because then I know when I need to scroll. It's what I intended to do in the first place, but I did not. Okay. The Emperor had a particular interest in his country. Very few people understood how it was that he knew the people and their problems. So, well, comma. See, this is why I'm doing this aloud. I can find where the commas need to go that I fucking missed.
It's just gonna be comma, comma.
Yeah.
To
Probably
be
some
fair,
other things too, but that's the main reason why I'm doing this.
You know, their favorite like TikTokers who's who edits books or reviews books,
Yeah.
fixes them. I'm forgetting the word for them.
It's an editor.
There's a video where it's literally her just going comma, 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 comma.
Yeah. I don't have money for an editor, so that's why I'm doing this myself.
It's all good. Let me know if I need to mute or not. I had muted and now I'm unmuted. I just don't want to make noise while you're reading, but I'm like...
No. I will let you know. I'll let you know if I hear game audio from you.
True. I've attempted to turn that down.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? No comma? That seems like a comma spot to me. What are you talking about, Google Docs? I'm leaving it. Fuck you.
Oh, I see.
Anyway. So well that he tended to solve them almost as soon as they cropped up. Hang on. Realizing I did not set my music to be the right thing. I was supposed to loop it and then skip to the next song when the scene is right. I'm a goober. It's okay. We all knew this stream would be scuffed. Given that we spent 20 minutes with Neko muted.
You know, it's fine. I'm being attacked by creepers and Santa hats, so...
Merry Christmas.
Yep. No one else, nothing else about this current mod or anything is Christmas related. It's just the creepers and Santa hats.
That's funny.
Else is totally normal.
Okay. Much of it came from the trusted members of his upper court, each one handpicked. Why does that have an extra space there? Handpicked for extraordinary. I think that needs for their extraordinary talents and talent. For the extraordinary talent in their fields? Yes. I think that's one. This also needs a comma here. Each one handpicked for the extraordinary talent in their fields. However, it wasn't all there was to it. Hello, Blue! You missed all the scuff.
Why do you think they came so late? They knew. They came just as the stream started.
Yeah, totally. I'm both doing live read and editing of this, so we may pause on occasion. While I fix the problems that pop out to me after reading this aloud. So the stuff that is the stuff that's on the link will end up being different after I'm done with this, but I will update the chapters on the website after stream. So okay, we scroll. Quite often, the Emperor went out on excursions through the capital in disguise. Initially, it was a way to escape the mundane life of the court, but he quite enjoyed spending time with his people, getting to know them and their needs. His natural charisma and impeccable knowledge he had drawn, or given his natural charisma and impeccable knowledge, he had drawn the attention from all sorts of people. See you later, Blue. Thanks for stopping by. He started making a habit of it and slowly became somewhat of an information broker among the more powerful people in the city. A few simple words as a tip to the right person, and it would either benefit the country as a whole or even himself. He always knew just what to say. Ryuuna began assisting him in this endeavor as he saw the results it would bring. It also helped the Emperor better organize his time. We hydrate. Seems lunch with Lord Maygree is all you have today. Ryuuna smiled warmly, knowing full well what his feelings were about that man. I need to change that. Knowing full well what Yushi's feelings were about that man. Of course it's him, Yushi groaned in frustration. He really couldn't stand Lord Maygree at this point. He was only meeting with the scum of a merchant to keep close eye on him. He was rather insufferable and so entitled. It really rubbed him the wrong way. You think there's a way to mislead him enough to drive him out of business? It would have to be a foolproof plan. He's too cunning for that, Ryuuna sighed. He'd only met the man a few times himself on imperial business, but he understood the sentiment. Rumor has it he even refuses to hand the business over to his heir. Really? Yushi smirked. Tell me more about this heir. Sir, I know what you're thinking, and I don't know if that's a good idea. Ryuuna knew him well enough to know when he was scheming. Why not? Are they just as bad? Yushi stepped out from behind the screen, fully dressed in dark, simple robes of black and red, with subtle touches of elegance if one looked close enough to see the embroidery that was the slightest different shade. He was adjusting the leather arm bracers as he approached Ryuuna with a curious glint in his eye. quite the opposite. Ryuuna shook his head. I hear he's quite pleasant. Many in their trading company look forward to the day he takes over. And where's the problem in ensuring that happens? Yushi smiled at the thought. At the very least, I would like to meet this heir. Perhaps he'll entertain the idea if I ask him. I find that unlikely, but by all means. Ryuuna sighed, knowing he was unlikely to stray from the idea. Please don't start any trouble until you know for certain. We rely on the Megui Trading Company quite heavily these days. I'm well aware. Yushi pulled half of his long dark hair up into a bun, tying it off with a simple red ribbon that was almost as long as the remainder of his hair that trailed down his back. Honestly, Ryuuna, when have I ever been anything but meticulous in crushing an opponent? Yes, that may be, but I just feel the need to remind you. Ryuuna couldn't help but worry. Yushi's actions in manipulating things behind the scenes had often been on a whim or a bit reckless as of late. Certainly, Yushi could protect himself well. Certainly, Yushi could protect himself perfectly well. It was a bit concerning at times. I need to adjust that phrasing a bit. At the very least, I need this. It was still a bit concerning at times. You do have your moments of impulsiveness. Yushi simply laughed to himself. I'll behave for now. That's all I ask. Ryuuna sighed, knowing whatever he was planning would certainly result in more than a few headaches. Hydration time.
How dare you hydrate?
Listen, when you have a condition that eternally dries out your mouth, it's kind of necessary.
I don't have a condition and my mouth just dries out naturally all the time.
Well, you get that probably from your medication. Because that's usually
No, you're
where
not wrong.
it normally comes from. It's certainly lovely out today. Perhaps I'll depart a little early. Yushi looked out over the balcony. The sun was shining brightly, and the curtains fluttered in the pleasant sea breeze. You better come back at a decent time, Ryuuna warned. You have a mountain of paperwork that's been piling up due to these little excursions of yours. Yes, yes. Yushi waved away the notion as he quickly exited before Ryuuna could realize he likely wouldn't and tried to stop him. Yushi pulled on a Yushi pulled on the cloth mask before he departed the palace. He didn't want anyone in the palace to stop him and get him tied up with work. His upper court knew well enough to leave him be just based on his choice of attire and more casual hair, but the lower court officials and staff weren't always the best at taking the hint. They didn't particularly know of his excursions out of the palace, unlike the upper court. He managed to leave unnoticed, giving a nod to the palace guards at the gates as he passed through into the bustling streets of the capital. After which, he removed the mask as he roamed the streets. It was always lively, no matter the time of day. Yushi particularly enjoyed the city at night as it was all lit up. There was such a mystical yet festive feeling with the lanterns that were strung across the main streets. It's typically why he favored doing meetings over dinner. However, Lord Megui tended to favor the early afternoon. He didn't wander the city long, considering he didn't particularly stop for breakfast since he was trying to slip away before getting caught up in other business. He decided to head to the restaurant early. It was one he frequented often. He quite enjoyed the food and drink there. He'd likely tried everything on the menu at this point and was never disappointed. The staff there was always pleasant and recognized him by his pseudonym at this point. Well, if it isn't Shujing, the owner of the establishment greeted Yushi warmly. The owner was a rather portly man with a thin mustache and the most friendly smile. Are you meeting with someone today? Yes, I am quite early, so if Lord Megui arrives, do send him my way. Yushi smiled. I just simply couldn't wait to have your cooking again. Certainly, let me lead you to your private room then. He bowed his head politely and led the way to the rooms in the back reserved for special or high-paying guests. He often kept a room clear specifically for Yushi, given how often he frequents their establishment. Yushi simply ordered a cucumber salad and braised shiitake mushrooms to tide him over, and some oolong tea to accompany. Lord Megui was one to throw a fit over sharing a meal together. Archaic etiquette to Yushi, but he'd rather save himself the headache of hearing Lord Megui complaining, so he chose to stick with something light and quick to eat. The cucumber salad is tossed in a bit of soy, black rice vinegar, sesame oil, with just a hint of garlic and chili oil, and a touch of sugar to balance it out. It was savory, with just the right amount of spiciness that Yushi enjoyed. The shiitake mushrooms were braised to perfection in a dark soy and oyster sauce with base for a warm umami flavor. After some time passed, idling away, Yushi heard a faint knock at the door. One of the waiters poked his head in with a warm smile. Sir, young Master Megui is here to see you, the waiter informed. Thank you, send him in. Yushi smiled warmly back when he disappeared. When he disappeared, Yushi realized he said young master and not lord. There needs to be a comma here. Hang on. There we go. Lord Megui certainly wasn't young. His age was rapidly catching up to him, and it showed. Yushi was filled with a rush of excitement. Was he about to meet this heir he heard of? Sure enough, it was a different young man who entered the room, a sweet smile on his soft peach blossom lips, contrasting his fair skin. His features were very soft and rounded, giving him an almost androgynous look. Most of his long white hair was pulled back, held up by an elegant silver and black hairpiece held in place by a simple silver hairpin. Despite the warm smile, it didn't quite reach his soft lavender eyes. There was some shadow behind those eyes, almost void of the cheery vitality he showed in his expression. Yushi was quite curious. Greetings, Shujing. The young man's voice was cheerful and soft as he gave a polite bow. I'm Megui Shuya, heir to the Megui Trading Company. It's wonderful to meet you after having heard so many good things about you. Unfortunately, my father ran into an unexpected matter he needed to attend to, so he sent me in his place. Hang on, is this... Trying to remember... Yeah, that's the one. Forgot to change to Shang. Hehe, that's okay.
For a second, I was worried I was giving you noise.
Nope, you're good.
Currently next to a witch spawner, and I can't. I've jumped.
Fun.
Can't get to the spawner. Like, I'm a distance away that I'm, like, fine, I can get away and not die, but I can't get to the spawner and I need to go where they're going.
Yeah. The struggle.
Die.
Need more drink, hang on. The dryness is real. Let me grab one of my cough drops. It'll help. It's almost like yapping dries out your mouth or something.
Who would have thought?
With somebody who's already averse to having that as an issue. I apologize if you hear the clicking of the cough drop. Worry not, this works better for me, honestly. Ichi couldn't help but smile at this unexpected meeting. He gestured to the chair across the table. Please, join me for a meal. Order whatever you like when the waiter returns. Oh, I should have prepped the chapter art that we have so far. That's okay. I only have 1 and 2, but... I could dig it out now, I guess. It's not too hard. As we do this, you guys won't see every chapter art because, like I said, I only have 1 and 2, and then 20. That's it so far. Chapter art for 1 is the first cover attempt that I did. But it's gonna take up the whole screen here in a second. This folder. I didn't put it in here yet. It's still in here. It's because I didn't crop it yet. What? Oh, it's so massive. I'll put it in front of us. Ha-ba-ba-ba-ba. Where's the right button for this? Fit to screen. There we go. Ta-ta.
I have the delay, so I heard you say it's massive, but then I saw it. Like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
It was just this corner right here.
Yep.
But yeah, that's the chapter 1 art. I'm gonna crop it down, obviously, to be just the one half of it, but yeah, that was the first cover attempt. It was good, but not good enough. But it works perfectly for chapter art.
True.
Anyway, continuing on. Our little detour. Much appreciated. Shuya sat at the table. They both ordered a few dishes. Shuya placed his head in his hand, admiring the handsome information broker across the table, very much captured by his striking amber eyes. I have to admit, you look different from what I imagined. Oh, and what was your mind's image of me? Yushi hummed in amusement. I'm just used to my father's acquaintances being stuffy, pretentious old men like him. Shuya giggled. It's obvious you're anything but. I'll take that as a compliment, Yushi grinned. You should. The mysterious man who deals in information is quite handsome, I have to admit. Shriya's eyes narrowed with a coy smirk. Flattery will not receive you any discounts, but feel free to keep trying. Yushi smiled fondly. Ah, what a shame. Shriya feigned disappointment, but recovered quickly. What is your price anyway? I admit, Father just threw this meeting at me last minute and hadn't briefed me in the slightest bit. My price demands a fair trade. Money isn't what I seek. Yushi watched Shuya with careful interest. Information for information. If there's something you want to know, if there's something you want to know, I can ask a question I deem an appropriate cost. Or you can offer up information, and I will give you what I deem suitable. Is that so? An excitable glow accompanied by a fascinated smile from Shuya. An excitable glow accompanied a fascinated smile from Shuya. I feel like that's weird. The phrasing with that. Let me rearrange that. I think that's better. Shuya had an excitable glow that accompanied a fascinated smile. Yeah, that's so much better. That flows way better. This is why we read shit aloud. And I obviously have not been doing that. Otherwise, I would have caught this shit sooner. Although, technically, I did do chapter 1 aloud. Because there's a full recording of that on the channel. I am doing a separate record.
While you were doing it.
I guess. Also, you
Let's be
know,
real,
it's
with
been
anything.
like 2 years since I've done it.
That too. Writing changes. Things
Yeah.
change.
I'm a better writer than I was that time. Also, being on Writer Talk helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been
not really
getting
on
a lot
Writer
of
Talk,
tips
but I'm
and
on-
tricks.
Yeah. I'm on Book Talk, and it overlaps a little bit sometimes.
Yeah. Usually creators of one can sometimes be both. So,
Yeah.
well, writers are generally also going to be doing book talk content, so it pops up.
Yeah, it overlaps pretty decently. Though TikTok's recently scrambling my main feed again.
It's because they
trying to
changed
think
the
of something
algorithm
different.
again.
Yep.
So,
Like, had to actually dislike a video. I was like, don't show me this anymore. For the first time in a while.
yeah. Do that to every fucking, like, pro AI content. Fuck AI, dude.
That's fair.
Are you aware of the whole Amazon AI bullshit?
No.
So Amazon set up for Kindle an Ask This Book AI bot. And you can ask questions about the book and it will give you an answer. But I found out earlier today that sometimes those answers are not correct.
I don't imagine it would be.
So, yeah. Don't fucking use that. Do not use that function ever. Okay? If you guys get an ebook and you're using it on Kindle, do not put it through the AI. It's so bad. It's so bad for us to, like, as authors, like, I pulled
Oh yeah, no,
mine
I've definitely I've had a
instantly.
couple things on authors on TikTok talk about it.
Yeah. So if you see ebooks disappearing off of Amazon, that's why. But some people have a hard time leaving because that is like their main source of income. Just don't use the AI function. If anything, complain about it to fucking Amazon. Be like, this is not good. Do not do this.
You know,
The more
technology's
people that speak out against it that they're aware of, and that's probably by like reports and shit, yeah, that's what they'll listen to more likely. And if enough people are up in arms about it, they'll probably get rid of it. As it is, they're gonna like start losing money for the people that are pulling their books off of Kindle.
no doubt. Things like AI, and then have you seen the videos of like self-driving cars? They like there was like a shootout that happened, and it was literally full on down the street. The whatever robber, the guy was like laying on the ground under his car with his gun, and all the police were in the gun, and the self-driving car drove through that.
God.
Because they don't recognize that as a thing.
Love that.
Yep. And then in the comments I was reading, apparently actually a place got sued because self-driving cars also don't recognize school buses when they have their stop sign out.
Yeah. That's a bit of a problem.
You know?
Gosh. I really want this, like, AI fad to be over. But I don't know if it ever will be. because there are idiots out there who think it's a good thing, but they never realize that it's stealing from other people's work, especially in a creative space.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
It makes it so you feel like you can't trust anything, honestly.
Yeah.
Half of my animal videos and stuff that come across my TikTok now, I'm like, I don't know if this is real. Too many of these are fake.
Yeah, they usually, for TikTok, they'll put the AI warning content warning. Because you're supposed to flag stuff like that. So it'll usually be like right above the description. It says AI generated content.
That's good at least. I mean, something to reference.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, little rant,
Right.
little tangent. What? Right, I just finished it. And if I simply want to know more about you, then it's only fair you share about yourself as well. Yushi was calm and collected, but this was exactly what he wanted most from this ethereal-looking young man. Perfect. I like to know a bit more about my contacts before we get down to business. Shuya took a sip from the fresh pot of tea the waiter had brought them. Seems we share a common interest. Yushi couldn't help but smile softly. I have to admit, today is the first time I've heard of you. Your father never once spoke of an heir. Why is that? Interpersonal relations, huh? You must have some lovely secrets then. Shuya sounded playful. The shadow behind his eyes quickly cast a dark cloud across his face. My father has never been very fond of me, ever since I was born. Initially, it was because I looked so different from the rest of our family. He used to call me a cursed child, try to force me out, send me overseas for a time. However, when my older sister joined the Imperial Army, she gave up her right as heir, so I was appointed considering I was the second born. Though I hazard a guess, my father would much have preferred my younger brother over me. Even so, that man's strict standards are something no one will be able to live up to. I can certainly see that. Yushi groaned internally at the amount of pomp and circumstance he had to bring to such meetings in the past. Well, he was used to it in the formal setting as emperor. This was meant to be a way for him to unwind, so it was always the opposite when dealing with Lord Meigui. Let me add that. Because that does flow better. I get the sense you certainly aren't blinded by his fake reputation. Shuya recognized the irritation that flashed across Yushi's eyes. What a rarity. Yes, keep it a secret. Keep it a secret, but I quite despise working with the likes of him. Yushi's thick brows furrowed. I'm never fond of pretentious people. They are my least favorite to work with, but they have their uses. And what is his use? Shuya asked with a dark expression. That did not remain italicized. I was afraid of that. So I changed a lot of the formatting. Some of these got ditched, but that's okay. I fix it. That's what we're here for. He truly hates his father, Yushi thought gleefully to himself. He calmly replied, It's not him at all. It's the Megui Trading Company as a whole that's useful for gathering information on trade and infrastructure, given its size and the branches outside the country. However, it seems I might not have to deal with him much longer, provided our talks go well. You'd really go against my father? Shuya stared in disbelief. Never particularly fond of, and he never particularly found anyone alive aside from his older sister that wasn't fooled by the facade of the esteemed tradesman Lord Megui. I should actually change older sister to siblings. Because they both know. Also, keyword here, if you weren't aware. Anyone alive? But that's later in the story. That's where I'm writing right now. So it's in like 50 chapters. Do I hint at it enough throughout the story? Anyway. So, aside from his siblings that wasn't fooled by the facade of the esteemed tradesman Lord Megui. The thought has crossed my mind many times. Yushi chuckled darkly. But let's save the talk for the business portion of our discussion. I'd still like to learn more about you. Perhaps something a little more personal. What is it you do in your spare time? Not much these days. My father works me to the bone. Shuya let out a rather sad smile. Before I became heir to the company, I did enjoy performing. Not anymore. It didn't escape Yushi's notice the way he spoke in the past tense. Not since my mother passed. Shuya heaved a wistful sigh. See, my mother was quite proud of seeing me on stage, dancing and even singing. My father would always yell at me when he found out I snuck a performance in every now and then after becoming heir. It just no longer became worth incurring his wrath. What a shame. Yushi was getting more fed up with Lord Megui the more Shuya spoke of him. He was truly disappointed in the man with no regard for his family. What about you, Shujing? What do you do in your spare time? Shuya tried to shake his gloomy mood and looked at Yushi with a renewed sense of cheerful interest. I guess you could say this habit of information gathering has become my hobby. I think outside that, I quite enjoy walking around and exploring the city. It's always changing, evolving. There's something new around every corner. Trying all sorts of food, seeing what's new in the markets. I can't get enough of it. I can share that sentiment. Shuya smiled warmly at the amount of passion Yushi spoke with. I don't get to do it often, but sometimes I dally a bit as I make rounds to our merchants and stores, just to look around a bit. I never have time to cook, so finding new places to eat every once in a while is always wonderful. It was then that their food arrived. Speaking of food, Shuya giggled. Hydration. My tea's cold now.
I'm gonna fix that.
Nah, it's fine. I don't mind this one cold. Honestly, it's a little more refreshing cold, but the warmth usually helps the throat. It's still very dry though, fuck. Might have to do another drop. Shuya ended up getting fried tofu and spicy lotus root stir fry. The tofu was pan-fried to a wonderful crisp on the outside, topped with sesame, shallots, and peppers, and thinly sliced lotus root, garlic, scallions, and diced chilies were stir-fried in a Sichuan bean paste. Am I making you hungry yet, chat? Because that's my goal. Whenever I write about food.
Just to make people feel hungry.
Yeah. I actually looked up recipes for these in particular. They exist online. I haven't tried all of them, but I did try one of them, I think. I think it's one later in the book, though. But yeah. Meanwhile, Yuchi had steamed black bean ribs with a side of sesame noodles. The bite-sized pork ribs steamed with fermented black beans and all sorts of aromatics gives the tender, juicy meat a complex, earthy flavor, while the noodles were simply tossed in the sesame paste and a light soy sauce. Have you traveled much? Shuya asked, nibbling on a piece of lotus root. I do on occasion, Yushi smiled, thinking of all of the political trips he had to take. It's been quite some time since I ventured out of the capital. Dealing in information keeps me quite busy these days. You said you've been overseas. Where did you travel to? I spent most of my time in the far north, studying in Vual. Shuya clenched his eyes as he thought back, recalling the constant snowy landscapes and warm food. Heavens, they had the most comforting food I'd ever tasted. I miss it sometimes. Occasionally, I would venture out in the vast snowlands, and that there was always so much to explore out there. When I came back to those warm, rich stews, it was the best feeling. Honestly, I haven't been able to find anything like it since I came back home. You're right. You might be right. I don't think I know of any Bawalian restaurants around the capital. Yushi tried to think of all the places he'd been to, but nothing really came close. Bawalian cuisine was very different from the food found in Meihua Empire. Just all the more reason to find an excuse to go back, I suppose. That's relevant in my current plot that I'm writing.
Well,
foreshadowing.
Did you surprise yourself with a foreshadowing?
Yeah, because this arc that I'm working on, I did not plan for. The initial trip to Valal wasn't supposed to be until way later in the story.
Well,
I came up with good juicy plot point, so I've been rolling with it. These fingies like to do their own thing sometimes.
yep.
She grinned at the thought. I opened up a branch there last year, so maybe I should pay them a visit soon. Perhaps you should get a little happiness where you can. Yushi adored the sweet expression Shuya displayed. Yushi couldn't tell if was a genuine. Yushi could tell it was a genuine source of happiness for him. He was starting to wonder what else could bring out that perfect, true smile. And just what brings you happiness, Shuji? Shuya leaned forward and rested his head in his hand again. He was enjoying chatting with this mysterious stranger. As cliche as it sounds, I genuinely enjoy seeing others happy. Yushi chuckled. I started down this trail of information because I realized it didn't just satisfy my curiosities and fascinations, but it helped those around me and even further help the people of this country. How sweet of you, Shuya chuckled. You certainly stand far beyond my ignorant little mental image of what you'd be like when my father pointed me in this direction. Here I thought would be just another boring little meeting. Thank you, Storm Elements. We hydrate. My jaw is starting to tense up a little bit now. Not the first thing I thought would go during this stream. Do I meet your expectations of an acceptable business partner then? Yushi smirked. Yes, quite so. It's been enjoyable to speak with you. Shuya sighed contentedly. I don't think I felt this at ease in a while. I'm glad. As much as I enjoy learning about you, perhaps. Hang on, I should adjust that. That should be a period, not a comma. Yeah, that's better. As much as I enjoy learning about you, perhaps we should talk a little business. Yuji was getting a pretty decent read on what kind of person Shuya was, and he was by far more preferable to Lord Meigwei. Feel burp coming, hang on. Or not, okay. Might just be my stomach writing.
No, we thought about it, and that's all that happened.
Yeah. Yuji was getting a pretty decent read. Oh wait, I already read that one. Yeah, I didn't change anything in that one. So. Yes, you have me quite curious. Shuria's eyes held a mischievous glint. From what I gather, you don't much care for my father either. Indeed, he can fool many with his act, but not me. Hearing the ways he's wronged you has made me quite irritated, I have to admit. If you are willing, I'd much prefer to speak with you in the future regarding information that might help your company. If possible, I would like to use the information I give you to better your position. Box your father out as much as you are comfortable. You want me to take over them? Shuya chuckled, a faint look of disbelief in his eyes. That's quite the undertaking. I'm certain you'll be up to the task. Yushi flashed a reassuring smile. Even if it takes a while. I have to admit, I look forward to spending more time with you as well. The feeling is mutual. Shuya smiled. This deal seems to be more in my favor, though. In the interests of fair trade, I feel like we ought to make it well worth your while as well. I'm always quite interested in unique or rare items. Perhaps should you come across any, I'd like to have a look first, if you don't mind. Easy enough, Shuya smiled sweetly. I'll even give you a little discount. Do we have a deal then? Yushi reached out his hand. Yes, you have a deal. Shuya took his hand in a firm grip with a delighted smile. I look forward to spending more time with you, Shujing. And I realized I never changed the music during this whole time. That's okay.
Again, since I'm listening to you, I'm not on the stream, so I can't help you with that one. That's all you. I'm also absolutely zoning out to your voice.
In Mysteria, when I did that, I marked like where song changes would be, but I never I never did that during when I made this playlist, and I should have. I know for next time. Next stream we do this, I'll do that. What's the next one? Yeah, this is the one that it should be on now. It's okay, we skipped the whole song, it's fine.
I won't say anything.
Okay. If I decide to remake the first chapter video with the updated, whatchamacallit? Because I am doing a separate recording in Audacity right now.
Yeah.
So I can potentially, you know, edit this shit together and it'll have the proper music when I do it.
There you go. Easy peasy.
Honestly,
When people
redoing
ask, as far as
the
you're
first
concerned,
would be
it's
fun.
always been there.
Yeah. If I do redo the first one, I'll probably delete the old first one. Because that I did around the time my voice issues first started. Which is why I never continued making the rest of the story.
You know, that's fair.
Yeah. But I figured this would be a prime opportunity to potentially do the record for the new chapters, because reading aloud does help me with the flow of the words and the punctuation and all that.
Good on you. Reading out loud just makes me angry.
Well, you know,
But
I became streamer, so doing stuff like that isn't too difficult for me. When you do enough visual novels, this is just easy peasy.
I became streamer. It is still a problem.
You don't stream enough.
I don't.
That's
But,
your problem.
I mean, mine's also a very different reason. It's the dyslexia kicking in.
Yeah, that's why for when I do the actual like visual novels, like shorts and whatnot for the chapter previews, that I do I use the Open Dyslexic font. So
it's a beautiful font.
No dyslexia. I'm really glad Willow Mist has that font too, because it's made my reading a lot better. When the words come out, they don't always come out properly, but that's just my brain. I can process the words fine. It's just when it goes to my mouth, it gets fumbled a little bit, but that's okay.
Yep, that's my problem. So, but yeah, no, the dyslexia filter is beautiful, beautiful filter.
Mm-hmm.
I have it for my Gmail, and
I'm not gonna lie. I have the opportunity to make my book the Open Dyslexic font. I've been considering it, but it's a very weird looking font. So I don't know.
It is a weird looking font. I wouldn't blame you. It's an odd one.
It's readable. Especially for those with the dyslexia.
Right? It's one of those weird ones where it looks weird, but you know...
Yeah.
It's also fantastic in the sense that I'm like, I can read things in one go.
Mm-hmm. It's also for now is that is the font I used for the blurb on the back of the book here in my hand. Not that you can really see it because it's kind of blurred now, but because when I shrunk it down, it got very blurry. But yeah. Anyway, I'm so glad I made this book into a proper toggle. It's no longer just a PNG. It makes it great for making TikToks. Not gonna lie.
See that?
Anyway. As do I, young Master May agree. Yuchi returned the sentiment. don't know. No need for the form. See, you know, words are hard.
They're very hard.
I'm not gonna lie. Another tangent. So sorry, chat. There was a recent video I made. It was one of the ones I was yapping about the characters, and there was one particular name that I don't think I ever said aloud until that video. And I fumbled for 5 minutes just to try and say his name. Even after I listened to Google pronounce it for me, I still struggled for at least a solid minute after the fact.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. So yeah, there's like one of those videos was like 5 extra minutes. And if you guys want to know the character, it's the general that shows up in like chapter 4, 5, something like that.
So what's his name?
I have to look at it. I have to read it in order to actually pronounce it. Hang on. Which one? Yan.
I had to.
I can do it now. After I unlocked pronouncing it once, I can do it now. So, yeah. Generally, Chuan Huo Yan.
Nice.
The part I was fumbling over was Liechuan.
You can see that. I just fumble over the whole thing, so you know.
Yeah, I know you would. Honestly, Chinese names are very complicated.
Yeah.
Like I try to do more simple ones now when making like side characters, but sometimes they end up being a little more complicated, and I'm sorry for any readers who struggle with that. I've been considering adding like a little blurb in the back of the book that has like names and pronunciations, but I have to figure out how to do pronunciation stuff because I'm terrible at making phonetics for that. We'll see how that goes. But I figured I also could put the character art back there for some of them. It'd be a fun little thing to do.
Character art with names would help.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, it's this character.
Mm-hmm. And then also, if I use any like Chinese terms as well, I think it would be nice to add those.
Yes. As somebody who looks up terms when reading books and don't recognize them, yes.
Yeah, the
That is something I actively do and do appreciate as the reader.
Yeah, the Danmei novels that I read, my Chinese BL, they have little guides in the back for various terminology, and I'm like, that is so nice of you.
It is fantastic.
And usually they'll have like footnotes as well, like explaining something if it's new. So
They go fancy like.
yeah. I'll get to go through and do that later when I do formatting, but that's after I do all the art.
Sure.
So. Um, Shuya was never very fond of being referred to by his title. If he could avoid it, he would. Very well, Shuya. Yushi's voice deepened on calling his name. Sorry, I can't do deep voice right now, chat. That makes it causes problems for my throat. So Yushi, the voice I'm doing for Yushi is nowhere near how deep I normally do it. But I don't want to strain my voice because I want to at least get through chapter 2 tonight. Bare minimum. Maybe 3 if we're lucky. But we're already like an hour and 40 minutes into this, so.
Has it really been? Wow.
Yeah. Usually my voice lasts anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, so let's see.
I've been doing pretty much nothing in Minecraft for the past 2.5 hours. I love it.
Sounds about right. Sometimes that happens. Shuya felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing the honeyed tone behind it. It was certainly unexpected, but he tried his best not to react in any way beyond a pleased smile. I'll be certain to write to your father, informing him that you will now be the one I contact for the foreseeable future, Yushi said cheerfully. He won't be too happy about that, but when is he happy about anything? Shuya shrugged. Will you be all right? Will you be all right dealing with any sort of backlash? Yushi raised a brow in concern. The worst he'll do is throw more work my way. I'm used to it. That, I think, should be period, not comma. Yeah. Also, I'm using this too much. We're changing it to this. I might go back and change some of the others. We'll see. Shuya let out a weak laugh. It's kind of the point, after all. I suppose it is. She let out a breath. The last thing we need is for you to be overworked. Let's start with something small. Hang on, I think I just added a space by accident. Yeah. That should be fine now. I'll be doing another pass through all of this when I do my formatting anyway, so if I find any accidental double spaces, I'll deal with it then.
You can't tell if my dog is quietly whimpering or quietly snoring.
Classic. Let's start with something small. This shouldn't be too hard for you to look into. Supposedly, out on the eastern border, the Imperial Army has stumbled across a grove with an excess of unique herbs that are difficult to procure here in the capital. They have been considering sending some back here. Want to add a comma right here. Given how I spoke that, that's a good spot for one. Oh, I'm certain we could not only arrange transport, but distribution as well. Shuya smiled with interest. Perhaps I'll have a chat with our Imperial liaison. Thanks thank you. This will be quite beneficial should it work out. You've been quite considerate. I greatly appreciate it. If there's anything else you wish to know in exchange. When would you like to meet next? Yushi smiled warmly, already looking forward to spending more time with Shuya. How soon would you like to meet next? Shuya tried to think of his own schedule, but he knew he could make anything work pretty easily. Would tomorrow evening work? I'm curious to hear about your father's reaction. Yushi looked rather amused at the prospect. I can make that happen. Shuya laughed lightheartedly. Now, how about we meet down by the docks tomorrow? Say around sundown? Sounds lovely. Yushi smiled fondly. Once they finished their meal, they parted ways. Nah, that's fine. I was considering the comma, but no, I think it's okay as is. Yushi slowly made his way back to the palace with a pleased and contented smile on his face. Hang on, music, I think. Is it this one? Did I skip another one? Nope, that was the last one. Okay. Got it! We're good! We're on par! Okay. Ryuuna had spotted him not long after having entered the palace gates, and was a little concerned upon seeing him in such a good mood, given who he was supposed to be meeting. Sir? Ryuuna fell in step just behind Yushi. What is it? Yushi's smile brightened, which caused a chill to run down Ryuuna's spine. You're in quite the good mood. Ryuuna narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I am. Lord Magui sent his heir in his place today. Yushi's amber eyes contained such delight, the likes of which Ryuuna had never seen before. Then I take it the young master agreed to your idea? Ryuuna sighed, a bit worried about the turmoil that would likely ensue. Yes, I will be writing a letter to Lord Magui stating that I will only be doing business with Shuya. Ensure he has it by tomorrow morning if you would. Also, please arrange so any logistic inquiries by Shuya are approved. First name basis? Ryuuna raised a brow at the fact. Forgive me, it was his request. Yushi chuckled as he entered his study, settling at his desk and wasting no time to start writing to Lord Magui. I must say, I don't mind it. His demeanor is quite refreshing, certainly much more preferable than his father. Let me change that, since I feel like that also flows better. Why was my mic shaking just now? What the fuck?
Who knows? My creature whined at the door, asking like she needed to go potty, then refused to go outside, and now is looking at me for a goodie.
Classic. Ah, that was the last of my tea. The
Okay,
water in the
it's
kettle's cold now, so I can't make any more. Unless I go. It's okay. I do have more hydration, other than tea. It's just not warm, so my throat might start having problems soon. But that's okay. My drink has pomegranate in it, which is supposed to be helpful. It's actually, pomegranate has been the most helpful in my throat issues. I found this out inadvertently. Because I was like getting the like little palm teas or whatever, like pomegranate juice teas or whatever, and that's what I noticed. Like that's like the main thing that helps my throat more than any other tea that I've had. And I'm like, does pomegranate actually help with that? Googled it. It sure does. So, yeah, if you guys have a sore throat, I recommend like either pomegranate juice or make something with grenadine in it, or the little palm teas. Those are really good. They aren't the cheapest, but they're really yummy. I like the orange blossom one, and also the there's a peach one as well that is very yummy. Anyway, that's like my go-to throat remedy right now. That's why I've been hardcore consuming the 7-Up Shirley Temples. It's been my soda of choice.
Yup. As I proceed to drink my Dr. Pepper.
Unfortunately, I went through the last of my my Shirley Temple stores, but I do have regular 7-Up cherry, and I've been adding grenadine to it. Just roughly the same thing. It doesn't quite taste the same, but it scratches the itch at least. Because
sometimes that's all you need.
Last 2 weeks, I have not been able to find it in stores for the cans. It's only in 2 liters. I caved last time I went to the store and got the 2 liters, but I used the last of it already, so. 3 of them do not last me the full week. I know that now. I need at least 4 or 5, depending on how quickly I consume it. But I gotta get through all these 7-Up cherries now. I feel like that one's more artificial tasting than the Shirley Temple ones. So.
I mean, they're probably made slightly different, so I could see it.
Yeah, I think they have different ratios. I think that's what it is. But anyway, story time. God, we're going through this so slow because we keep getting distracted.
I know, we haven't made it very far.
We're almost to the end of the first chapter. This is the last little bit here. Yes, I just finished editing that. Okay. And all the more reason to be cautious in this endeavor. Ryuuna shook his head. Who knows what Lord Megui will do when he's cornered, considering he's had some questionable dealings in the past. I'm aware, she nodded. Could you see about getting more information on that? It could be beneficial in getting rid of him. I'll see what I'll see what I can do. He's quite meticulous in covering his tracks. It's circumstantial at best. Ryuuna had looked into Lord Magway when Yushi first had dealings with him, but wasn't able to find concrete evidence of some of the suspicious dealings he'd uncovered. Comma time. Bah. I know commas like that aren't always necessary, but that's a very long sentence, and I feel like a comma there is good, considering I also paused there. If I'm pausing somewhere while I'm reading it, it's usually where I put the commas.
I mean, that's usually a good indicator.
Yeah. If not, don't worry about it. We'll just keep tilting the favor towards Shuya. Yushi beamed, handing over his completed letter. I'll deliver this so long as you get your imperial work done as well today. Ryuuna reluctantly took it. But of course, Yushi sighed in defeat as he started sorting through the pile of papers on his desk, awaiting his approval. And that's chapter 1. We did it. We made it.
We got there.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we? Oh, fuck. Hang on. It's gonna look a little silly for a second. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna scroll to make sure this is lined up correctly now. I just accidentally used the wrong scrolling method, so.
Whoops.
Should be okay like that. Okay. Quick break. I want to go to the bathroom. Really quick before we start the next one. Considering this whole thing took 2 hours for one chapter. And probably these other chapters after one, it's probably going to be a lot more pause, edit something really quick. So
True. But at least we've gotten better at not talking.
yeah,
And actually working.
we've been like slowly petering off on our tangents.
Yep.
You want to entertain chat while I go to the bathroom, or shall I put us on BRB?
I can entertain.
Okay.
Right here.
Feel free to yap at him. I will go to the bathroom.
I can share my screen and check and watch me do Minecraft. No? Or yes?
Up to you. I can set that up.
Okay, that's right. There you go.
That was so loud in my ears.
I have the game on super quiet on my end, so.
Well, no, it's just the like your streaming notification type thing that happened. Okay, let me pop this out because it goes better when I do that. Let me get the window capture for you guys. Keep getting the menu freaking out, actually. Like the menu keeps popping up and then going away.
On my for you, this is my screen.
Yeah.
You know what? This was a bad idea anyway. Boy, am I lagging and dying at the same time.
Yeah, maybe not. So
Nope.
I don't want to trigger photosensitive people with that. So
Yeah, no.
I'm not
that was a
sure
bad
if
idea.
any of my watchers are like that, but you know.
It's good. We're
Better
just
safe
gonna
than
talk.
sorry. Yeah.
I just full exited and then I'll go back because I was just being jumped and dying.
Yeah. Yap away. I will go to the bathroom and be back.
Meow. What you guys can't see is why I've been listening to that. I've currently downloaded a mod pack for Minecraft. So I'm like stuck underground trying to figure things out. But like most of my Minecraft games, I have done the bare minimum to get what I need to get. And then I left to go explore. My Minecraft now, I had the full close out because of what I just did. It's now taking forever to load back in. Hopefully, it's not frozen. But yeah, I have to play the stupid pin game now when it spins around. Am I even talking? There I go, I am lighting up. Okay. I forgot. It's a... I crashed it. I crashed the game. 5 times! But you know, life is life. I need to eventually do my own stream. I just haven't. I've been putting it off and stuff, but the full game of Slime Rancher came out. There's Slime Rancher 2, but it's fully out now. And I was streaming for every update, and I just haven't gone around to the main one. But something I need to post or figure out is whether or not I want to play the full game, like start all over again on stream, or just start from where I was at. To kind of try and explore.
Oh my god, has my mic been on this whole time? I meant to mute it when I left. Oh well.
Who knows? My computer is angry. I full crash.
It didn't like you streaming it.
No. That's why I wasn't. I'm a Fugi and not an avatar.
Yeah.
The game full crashed. Reloaded again.
It is what it is.
Right.
Your Fugi fits well there. I really love having Fugis sit at this table. That's why I always share screenshots whenever we're starting to do group streams. Yeah. When we have all the gremlin ass Fugis. Like silly little bots at the table, or Pie's sock puppet, or is little guy looking up at the screen.
So many of you.
It's so funny. All right, chat. Hopefully you got your drink and snackies during that time frame. Or used the bathroom yourself, whatever. Shall we continue? Shall we get started on the next chapter? This is the wrong document. I forgot I had my notes open on my other screen. I was like, why isn't it moving on the other screen? Because it doesn't.
You know, I spawned in and died.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine, except for now I have to teleport to my grave, which is currently surrounded, so at this point it's not like I really get achievements, so I've willy-nilly switched back and forth between peaceful and easy. And I switch to the peaceful so I can get my grave, and then I go back to normal, so I can be like, hey, look, give me the thing.
I'm actually gonna save my chapter 1 recording separate from chapter 2 to save me the effort. So you guys get to enjoy the intro, outro song that I use for a little bit longer.
Could have about a hand crack this entire time.
File. Export. Computer. Why is it so white? It's flashbanging my eyeballs. Okay. Export that. It's gonna take like a minute. Okay. Should have done this before I went to the bathroom.
You know.
I shouldn't think about it till I sat back down. I want to eat my chocolate, but the chocolate will cause throat issues.
It will cause all of the pain.
Well, I've been trying to avoid it all day, but I want it so bad. I'm so gonna fucking eat it after stream, though. You have no idea. I'm gonna fucking devour the last bit of my salted caramel chocolate and then tear into my fudge-covered Ritz. Sure. Wait, did that close both? No, it just closed the one. Okay. Record. Yippee. I get to jump and scare myself with that later. Because I see the when I said record, it was really loud on the peak format. But anyway,
Whoa.
I look forward to going through and cutting out all the silly tangents we go on.
Your spawner. I need it.
Because originally I was just gonna like edit the VOD, but then I was like thinking about it and I was like, no, because the music will end up being kind of choppy a little bit, and that wouldn't be ideal. So I'm like, you know, that's why I'll do audio recording on the side. Okay. Actually, I should keep my note document open just in case. There have been a couple of instances I've noticed of me spelling names wrong, so in case I need to reference it for the side characters and all that. Like, sometimes it's a dyslexia thing, sometimes I just change it because it sounds better. Yeah. So if you see name inconsistencies, I'm sorry. I'm fixing it, I swear. It's part of going through all this again. Anyway, let's get back to it. Chapter 2. The moon suits the snow. Shuya? A fierce, spiteful voice echoed through the building. Shuya sighed heavily. It was the first thing in the morning, and his father was already livid. Well, he expected it. He was wondering if it would be worth it if he jumped out the window and returned home for the day. Then again, knowing his father, the man would show up at his home and yell at him there. Might as well get it over with. Words are hard.
Yeah.
I wish I could put the normal text in dyslexia font, but this is Google Docs. And I don't think they have that
Yeah,
option.
it's a little different.
But it's okay. Because I feel like if I had it in that font, it would also help me pick out if there are any spelling mistakes that I missed. And whatnot. So probably when I do go through formatting, and I do another read through of it, I'll probably put it in the open dyslexic font. I don't know if it'll be finalized in that font, which might kind of fuck it up, but at the very least, I'll have the document on my computer. And I could
just like save a backup.
Yeah. Well, I had to like download the document anyway. I had to download it as a Word doc or whatever in order to put it into my editing program. Which I finally found one that's free and is pretty usable because I used InDesign from Adobe before. So
Yeah. And we don't use Adobe.
Yeah. Sorry, chat. I was not scrolling because I was looking at the wrong screen again. My apologies.
I was wondering why that wasn't moving.
I'm just dumb. I was looking at the main document and not the stream preview, which I like doing
I
because
registered something. I registered something was supposed to be happening, but I didn't register what. So hey.
Yeah. If I ever do it again, feel free to yell at me. Be like, "Hey, scroll, bitch." But because what I've been doing, I've been looking at the stream preview so I can tell when I need to scroll because the document goes a lot farther below than what is on the screen, obviously.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. I cropped it to fit into the box, so like the very top line fits like along the measurement bar, the one with like the inches and whatnot. It's like right below that, so like when I scroll up, it's like that's the very top. But yeah, it goes a lot farther down, so that's why I'm looking over this way. And plus, when I look at the stream preview on my side monitor, it makes it look more like I'm actually reading out of the book in my hand. So
that's true.
Which
it does
is
look like that.
Which is intended. And I've noticed that sometimes my mouth doesn't move. I think because of how much I'm looking over. But that's okay. It is what it is. But a little more hydration and then we can go again. Yes, sir. Shuya didn't bother to stand from his desk. He just casually sipped the jasmine tea. Hang on. That is phrased funny. He's not the. He casually sipped his jasmine tea while he waited for his father to barge. As he waited for his father to barge into his office. Sure enough, he did just that. Shuya just smiled sweetly up at him. Something I can help you with, father? Don't give me that. His father slammed his hands on the desk, displacing some of the papers there, which Shuya let a small scowl through as he watched the documents float to the ground. What is this about you stealing my information, broker? Stealing is a bold claim. Shuya closed his eyes. He's not an object to be possessed, father. I can't help it if he favors my company over yours. You have no respect? Hang on. There we go. Unnecessary question mark there. His father growled, grinding his teeth in anger. You are such a disgrace. Well, is that question mark unnecessary? Have you no respect? Oh, maybe the question mark was right.
I think it kind of depends on how dramatically you want that statement.
Yeah. He's a drama queen. He's scum. That's what he is. Hate this man. Anyway. I hope if my hatred of him is strong enough that you all hate him just as much.
Yeah. Possibly. We'll find out.
Yeah. I know that there will be some people out there, questionable tastes, that are into that. And they shouldn't be. Y'all need help if you do. But I'm not gonna judge. I also have questionable tastes at times. But he is a really shitty character. Alrighty. So you tell me every day, yet here I am, being far more competent than you expect. You can't get rid of me. She flashed a very obviously fake smile. Keep up this attitude, and I will. His father stood straight and glared down at Shuya. Sure you will, and have to go through all the hassle to chain a third heir? Shuya smirked at the faint twitch in his father's face. Don't think that makes you safe. I have my limits. His father's voice was low and deadly. I'll take my chances. Shuya took another sip of tea. I didn't change the music. Sorry, chat. It's supposed to be this, not the intro music. Shocking, I know. It's okay. We have this for a teeny bit longer. There are not as many music changes, I think, in this chapter, so just a handful. Ow, yawning. Oh, it hurts my jaw. Holy. I need to bring that up to my doctors. It's been becoming more of an issue as of late, and I didn't realize it until my sleep doctor told me about or asked about that when I was trying. She was trying to look into my mouth, and I couldn't open my mouth very wide. It was like,
Huh.
I'm a little. I guess I am a little stiff in the jaw joint, which is understandable given my condition. But I definitely need to bring it up to my rheumatologist and my probably my primary care doctor. Whichever I see next. I'll bring it up to them.
You have too many doctors and you don't even know which one you're gonna see.
I do. I have so many, and the list grows. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, chat. Tangent again.
We like those.
You came to the live reading, so you should have expected this.
Our Neko showed up.
Yeah. And Neko's ADHD is rubbing off on me, so.
You're welcome.
Teehee.
I haven't taken my meds in months.
I don't know if I actually have it, but you know, sometimes it feels like I do. And maybe it's just brain fog. Who knows? But my attention span has been a lot shorter than it used to be.
Welcome to the club.
The amount of times I will stop working on something to just scroll through TikTok for a couple minutes is or an hour. It's a lot. This is why I stopped using TikTok for so long, because it's such an ADHD trap.
Oh, it's beautiful. No, at this point, I can't even sit and watch the longer TikToks without getting bored. I have TikTok running in the background.
Understand that. Because you can do up to like 10-minute videos on there now. And I'm like, usually, see, like the 3-minute limit that I think it used to be, I don't know if that's the case, but the 3-minute limit, like how YouTube Shorts has it, that's probably about the extent that I'll sit through. Anything longer than that, I'm like, let's swipe, thank you, I'm getting bored of this.
Yep, I definitely set things down, and then I'm just like, I'll do other things and I'll forget.
Unless it's really fascinating, I usually don't.
True. The amount of creators I'm sure I've just given watch time to, because what happens is I get bored, leave the TikTok running though, because I forget about it, put my phone down, and it's just playing the one TikTok on loop.
As long as you like it and such, it will push their stuff out a lot more.
Yeah.
Likes and comments do more. And I like that they have like a press and hold feature, and you could just like comment an emoji. I usually do the little heart emoji because that's the heart emoji that I like to use. The one with the sparkles. But I do that for like artists and stuff.
That's fair.
Because they don't ever get enough. I would know. Speaking from personal experience. Like I said, you can always comment an emoji and it'll be just fine. Also, good to know that's where the bottom of the chat box is. I can move the logo up a little bit more. Or make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So each time I've not been paying attention to when the chats have been popping up on the stream box, just when it pops up in chat.
No, that's fair. I'm not gonna lie. The biggest reason why I've been kind of actually looking at the screen is because every time you move the chat box, it's a movement, and I look automatically.
Yeah, that's a thing I've been learning from some of the social media coaches that I come across on TikTok, is that just starting off with movement is an attention grabber.
Oh yeah, no, I immediately look.
It's known as a visual hook. You have a good visual hook and then a good verbal hook or word hook, text on screen hook kind of thing.
Yeah.
It gets more attention.
Sounds.
I've learned a formula, okay?
I mean, it is the correct formula.
Sometimes I do random bullshit because that usually strangely does better. But when I do the formula, I'm more likely to get followers out of it. So take it as you will.
You know, it's fair. My old TikTok account, because I had to make a new one.
I also made a new one. Because I didn't want one thing, I didn't know the login, and I didn't know if the hacker took that over. I never bothered to check that. Because I never changed the password because I stopped using TikTok back then. I was not using TikTok at the time. So
that's fair. Yeah, I just my TikTok was glitching out, so I had to make a new one.
Mm-hmm.
And then it kind of stopped glitching out, so I was going back and forward, but then it got mad at me for going back and forward, and then it just basically got rid of one. Except for the account still exists.
Yeah.
I just, even though I have the correct information and log in, it's told me my account's canceled.
Weird.
But you can still go to it and see it, and it still has followers, and that number does go up occasionally if I look at it again.
Yeah.
But like my biggest like video there.
I should check my old account, see where it's at, because there was one particular meme I posted, and that's what was giving my account a lot of traction.
I think mine is the line grab things, that and going to Walmart with you in cosplay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the old account was more cosplay oriented for a long time, and then I tried to switch it more over to art, but I think it just like it started bombing because TikTok categorized me as cosplayer, not artiste. So, but yeah, I think I had 13K followers when I left TikTok, something like that. Starting from scratch. I think I'm just above 80 now.
You don't hear me pulling up TikTok now to look at it. So. I actually have 52 followers, and I've literally only posted one video, and that was me asking about the glitch and if it could be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
But my old account.
Did you contact TikTok support? Because that would probably be the best way to figure out if you could get it back.
True. My old account had 3,759 followers.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah.
For you being such a casual poster on it, too.
Yeah. That was my old account. That was my Neko Kitty account.
Yeah.
No, I'll be honest. If you look through all of the things, it's just like a couple of them have like 400 stuff. But I think it's some video I took in Spirit Halloween of Harry Potter stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that got 13.3K views.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the one of Ella with the magic switch. She never knows it's a different toy. Got 166.3K views.
Wow.
Those are really my only like top two, but boy, did they bring everything in.
It happens sometimes. Sometimes you just get something that pops the fuck off. I've yet to do that though on the new account. highest view count I've gotten is over 400.
Yeah. Aside from those, my
And it
averages
was
are
one
like
of the
100.
random ass posts that I made. Anyway, tangent.
That's true. We
Sorry,
definitely are on
chat.
tangent.
The ADHD brain. The
Oh yeah, it
TikTok
won't let me log back into
brain.
that account, which sucks. So
Yeah. Tease what it is.
you know. Okay. Yeah. I'm in the middle of a dungeon, and luckily nothing tried to kill me while I was looking at TikTok.
Lamau. Have that happen often?
More than I'd like.
I figured.
It's not usually TikTok so much as me pulling my phone to look at something else because I've forgotten I'm playing the game
Yeah.
until I hear death sounds, and then I'm like, oh
You're
yeah,
like,
I
oh
know
shit.
what I was doing.
But no.
I also absolutely get up and walk away before realizing
Yeah.
I was doing something.
Okay. Anyway. I know we read that one already, but I'm gonna read it again. Since it's on the screen. I'll take my chances. Shuya took another sip of tea. Go make the rounds today. His father waved his hand dismissively as he marched out of his office. That is supposed to be italicized. Hacha! There we go. Was already planning on it, Shuya thought to himself. He'd already predicted his father would stick that on as punishment, given the timing. In fact, following a letter of inquiry to the trading company's imperial liaison, he was already preparing some of the documents he needed to deliver to their various merchants and stores around town. Shuya finished his tea and picked up the scattered documents before returning to organizing the ones he needed for the day and planning the most effective route that left the dots for last. Shuya decided to take his time today as he went to each shop or merchant they had dealings with in the capital. He just wanted to be away from the office so his father couldn't berate him over the littlest things. After dinner, he planned on dropping off any of the documents he picked up through the exchanges. Even though his father meant it as punishment, he genuinely enjoyed it. He didn't mind talking to the merchants, hearing about their families, and what sort of sights the traveling merchants saw on their last trip. Since he couldn't wander the way he used to in Bual, at least he could live vicariously through their adventures. Need hydration. My voice is starting to go already. God. Let me do one of my cough drops too, because they have numbing agents and all that. Hopefully that would help relax the muscles. I haven't been using this as much as I should. But they're great for doing long sessions of recording / reading aloud.
Good to know.
Mostly it just helps me generate more saliva, which is what I sorely lack.
That is not a problem I have.
My body decided that we don't need those anymore, you know? We don't need the salivary glands. We don't need your tear glands. We just eat away at those. So I'm very dry. I'm a dry creature. I need the moisture. I should have been the fish, honestly.
Well, you're not a fish because you're too dry.
Yeah, I think that would be funny. It's like fish on land, too dry.
That's true. That would be funny.
Arya doesn't have these issues. She's got water balloons for titties. That was her request, by the way. When I remade her first model design, I was like, how jiggly you want these? And she's like, I want them like water balloons.
Well, you know.
And that's what it was. And honestly, they kind of look it with the wave texture moving back and forth.
Well then.
Which I can do better now. I could update that to rather than being physics-based. But I don't know. I think it's kind of charming being physics-based rather than an animation loop. I didn't know how to do the animation loops at first. But I figured it out with the keys model.
Nice. Learning.
Yeah. Honestly, I should have tried to figure it out with the Fox model because the little flames and all that. But I didn't do that. I don't know. I'll probably go back through and do some brush ups on some of the models with my new knowledge.
How dare you not put all 100% effort into all the models that you make pretty much for free?
I was
Not pretty much, for free.
Okay? It's a learning experience. I'm still not by any means an expert at making models, but you know.
I'm teasing because, like I said, for free.
I know. For free means you get to deal with my stuff.
Yep. And we learned things together. Like, I cannot have bows.
Yeah.
Not that I really want
Just
bows.
Not that many, okay? Not as many as I gave you on that last model.
That's fair.
That's my own fault. I made the design, so...
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no one to blame but you.
Yeah.
I do want to figure out what I want to do for my next one, but that's a discussion for possible another day.
Yeah, figure it out. Find some inspiration photos, gather them.
I'm trying to decide what I want. Part of me wants to be extra fluffy,
Mm-hmm.
like a winter fluffy version.
I could do a little winter fit if you wanted to do a human one or not.
Yeah. It's like debating. It's like the human one and then just extra fur fluff on me.
Make you a frizz ball.
I'm thinking like Mancoon size.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
It'll
We'll
be
figure it out.
interesting given how I draw you.
Yeah. See, yeah, no. And it's just my decisions. And it's like, if I want it to possibly be something different for funsies, the problem with that being is my next critter I would want to be or try to focus on transforming is Fox. But we already have Fox Boy.
Teehee. But okay. Honestly, if I were to like do like a fox form for you, I would just make your ears longer and color you a little bit different and give you floofy tails instead of the thin ones. I would keep your body exactly the same. I'm gonna be so real with you.
You know, if you ever want to do that, won't say no.
I could probably make it like a toggle on the base model.
Yeah.
That'd probably
Otherwise,
be easier.
I'll figure it out. We'll figure out something.
Anyway,
Story. We're
story
reading.
time. It's so bad to do with the yapping.
I struggle with this every day. This is just how I am.
Yeah, now we get to go back and forth with it.
Yeah, I know. This is great for me. You're joining me in my tangents.
Yep. Okay. Back to story time. As he walked to his next destination, he started wondering where he should take Shujing. His initial thought was to take him to a restaurant near the docks he always enjoyed, since hang on, the flow of that is weird. I need to rearrange this sentence. I need to move this in front of this. That would flow better, I think. My cough drops turn into little bits. I gotta crunch them real quick. His initial thought was to take him to a restaurant that he always enjoyed near the docks, since they were at one Shujing enjoyed yesterday. Move the extra space there. But he'd forgotten to ask if there was anything Shujing couldn't eat. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to think of something else, just in case. But Shuya couldn't help but fret. We need this. There we go. Because I said it, I should add. Because it flows better. There we go. Okay, I was trying to find my place again. It's a struggle. He was quite taken with the restaurant they went to yesterday. Quality tea and even better food, but also perhaps it was just the company he enjoyed. He was genuinely looking forward to meeting Shujing. Thinking about it put some skip in his step. Young Master Megui, you look to be in a chipper mood. One of the merchants noticed the sparkle in Shuya's eyes. Oh, yes, quite. Shuya smiled brightly and handed him the document. I have a dinner to attend tonight. I'm looking forward to meeting someone. This should be a period, not a comma. Oops. Those happen a lot with me, actually. More in the later stuff, because I started getting the double vision issues. I don't remember roughly around what chapter it was, but somewhere amidst all of this, I started having issues discerning periods from commas, so some might be misplaced. But that's why I'm reading through all of this again. Fortunately, double vision isn't a problem today. Okay. Oh, who's the lucky woman? Merchant looked quite fascinated. She always seemed content at being alone. even offered to set Shuya up with one of his daughters in the past, but he politely refused, worried about what his father would think and any repercussions that would result. Don't get your hopes up, sir, Shuya chuckled, seeing the thoughts on this merchant's face as clear as day. Just a friend I met yesterday. I hope you have a wonderful time regardless, the merchant beamed. Now, don't let me keep you. I'm certain you have plenty more stops to make today. Yes, we'll have to catch up next time. Shuya smiled sweetly and waved as he continued on his rounds. He had quite a few exchanges that were rather similar. It was rare he had anything personal to share with the merchants, but he was pleasantly surprised by how genuinely interested everyone was. Sometimes he could barely escape the more chatty ones that tried grilling him for more details on this mysterious person that could light up their normally listless young master. But he kept it vague in case his father caught wind of them gossiping about it and with the wrong impression. Even so, it made him all the more excited to meet with Shujing. Is this a switch moment? I forgot. Sorry, music. Okay. No, yeah, it is this one. I gotta mark these down next time. And then just delete them as I go. Okay. The sun began to sink on the horizon, dyeing everything in an orange glow. There was just one stop left, and it was just about the time to meet with Shujing. So, Shuya rushed down to the docks rather quickly. Just before the cobble turned to wood, Shuya spotted a familiar, tall, striking figure amidst the crowd. Shuya's face lit up, and he dashed to catch up. Shujing! Shuya matched his pace, wrapping an arm around Yuchi, and smiled brightly up at him. Hope you haven't been walking around here for long. Not at all. Yuchi froze for a moment, a bit taken aback by the close proximity. It was rare these days he came into contact with anyone. People tended to keep their distance out of reverence or custom, but regardless, he smiled back, not minding the warmth that accompanied it. I was just on my way to meet with you. He noticed the handful of documents and scrolls that Shuya was carrying under his free arm. What's all this? Just some work. Shuya released Yushi's arm and glanced down at the last of the documents he needed to he glanced down at the last documents in hand that needed delivery. Words are hard, okay? I fumble sometimes. Oh, fuck. I accidentally hit space and it scrolled me back up to where I last edited. Okay. I just need to drop this off for one of our merchants. She's likely gone home for the day, but I can stash it in her stand. By all means, finish your work. I'm in no rush. That's another instance where I'm a period instead of comma. That one. Yushi gestured for Shirya to lead the way, and he would... That seems weird. Yushi gestured for Shirya to lead the way, and he would accompany him. I'm gonna change that. That sounds off. I think that makes it better. I think I just need to change and, so. Yushi gestured for Shirya to lead the way, so he would accompany him. That does flow better, yeah. But I think I might change this to just because the monikers using him and he or him referring to two different characters in the same sentence doesn't always make sense. Even though you kind of can get it, it's just better to adjust it. So. I'm gonna change that to could instead of would. I feel like that would be better as well. Yushi gestured for Shirya to lead the way so he could accompany the young man. Much better. I'm more pleased with that. Oh, I probably should have changed the link pinned to chapter 2. Oh well. It's like pinned at, like, in like posts at the bottom of the blog, so. People can scroll a lot. I'm looking at the wrong document now. I'm like, there's too many words over here.
The words.
So many words. Yeah. Okay. I hope your day has been well. Better seeing you, Shirya voiced cheerfully as they walked. Your father didn't give you too much hassle, did he? Yushi asked. Nothing more than I was already expecting, Shirya chuckled. Honestly, I expected him to put up more of a fuss. And again, I purposely idled my time on this outing, so I didn't have to return to the office today. Well, I'm glad it didn't put a damper on your spirits. Thank you, Stream Elements. Hydration check. I was starting to get dry anyway.
Our way.
Seeing you at the end of the day, I don't think anything he could have done would have kept me in low spirits. Shirya flashed a bright smile up at Yushi. You flatter me. Yushi glanced away. The smile of his was certainly a sight to behold. I'm gonna change that because I feel like it needs it. There we go. Should I elaborate on this a little bit? No, that's not right. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Wait though. Comma. There we go. Okay. Reading the edits now. That smile of Shuya's was certainly a sight to behold. For some reason, Yuchi couldn't look at it very long. Shuya giggled as he glanced over to see the vendor's stall that was on the boardwalk. Let me read this aloud if this fix. If this adjustment makes sense. It might be a little too wordy now, but I feel like it's necessary. Shuya giggled as he glanced over to see the vendor's stall he mentioned that was on the boardwalk. I guess it sounds okay. He was... Sorry, chat, I didn't scroll again. I was looking at the wrong screen. Shocker, I know.
I'm very bad at being a spotter.
Well, you are playing game too, so.
Yeah. Dealing with the infinite problem of Minecraft. Storage.
The struggle. But he was genuinely surprised to see the one who manages it was still there. He quickly closed the gap, wondering if something was up. Zhao, what are you still doing here this late? Shuya greeted the middle-aged woman with a worried smile. Don't you have a family waiting for you? Oh, young master, she smiled back at him. Nothing to worry yourself about. I was simply a little worried I wouldn't quite meet quota given how ill I was earlier this month. I've been working into the evening to try and make up for it. Nonsense, you will always make more than enough. Shuya shook his head and handed her the report he had for her. Too many hers there. I need to replace one of those. Probably the first one, because it's usually what I do. There we go. Shuya shook his head and handed Xiahao the report he had for her. Yeah, that flows better. See, you were over yet again. goodness, you're quite right. Because I said it, we change it. Because I said it and it was good, I change it. Let's be more specific. Oops. Jaha was delighted and sighed in relief. She looked down at some of the wares she had on display. All sorts of jewelry, hairpins, and accessories. It must be because of some of these newer pieces we got in from the south. They've been quite popular. Oh, these are wonderful. Shuya lit up upon seeing the unique, intricate designs. Is that an extra space there? Or is it just roomy? No, that's an extra space. Got it! Also, while we're on a pause, I want to prepare the next chapter art because it's almost here. I'm just gonna replace the first one. Chapter 2. Wonderful. Okay. So I can turn it back on when it's time. I need you to stop selecting that bounding box. Thank you. Okay. I don't remember if I read that, so I'm going to read it again. Shuya lit up upon seeing the unique and intricate designs. I heard you got them, but I haven't had a chance to see them. His fingers brushed against a particular silvery hairpin that looked like vines supporting a white jade crescent moon. Suspended from it were two thin silvery chains that held matching star-like beads. Though it was just a brief moment that it held Shuya's attention. Shuya's interest didn't escape Yushi's notice. Wait, brain? I don't remember when the music transition is supposed to happen for this.
You let your brain enough, you think it will tell you?
Hang on, let me listen to the next song real quick. When I show the art, it'll be that. I think that's the transition point. Which is in just a moment. Oh god. I gotta hydrate. Throat just did weird ass thing. It was like I gulped, but like only gulped in the lower half of my throat.
I hate that feeling.
It was very strange. I did not like it.
I've unfortunately experienced that kind of gulp. It's not great.
Yeah. Okay. Issues with my voice box. Yay. Yeah, we're not getting past chapter 2 today. It's like 3 hours right now.
Weird. I don't know why it would have been. It would have been 3 hours. What could have ever been done?
I don't know. Maybe it's all these tangents we're going on. Like right now. okay, some of the pauses have been me doing the re-editing of a few things. Like I said, chapter 2 is gonna likely have it more because I did read chapter 1 aloud way back when I intended to post these regularly. But then the voice said no.
Voice said, "How dare you try?"
Yeah. But, you know, reading through these, I can potentially do that again. So, yeah. My jaw is getting more tired than my throat, though. Massage real quick before I continue. Really does hurt to open wide, so definitely need to bring this up to doctors. Because I know it's an issue. My condition can cause similar issues, but it can be bad. So bring it up to them in case they want to do any imaging or tests or whatever. But that's a later me problem. Probably February me problem, because that's when I next see my primary care doctor. Because that's as early as they could get me.
You know, like you said, that's a February you problem. That's not a now you problem.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just checking my appointments. Yep, I see him before I see my rheumatologist, so that's a February me problem. God, that sucks. Anyway, also I see Mom sent me 4 messages about the thing that I was talking about earlier, with the infrared shit. I'll have to look at all that later.
I was gonna say, looks like you got a lot of reading to still do.
Yeah, because she sent me a couple different options and wanted my opinion on them before she like grabbed it or whatever.
Fair.
I appreciate
No
I appreciate when the family like asks for my input on Christmas gifts. Even if I don't always have answers, but
what? You? Not knowing answers? Not giving a definite answer?
I'm
Never.
used to surviving. I don't know how to want things. Because wanting things leads to disappointment. That I can't have those things.
I feel that so much. My mom was wanting Christmas for me, a Christmas list for me, and I was like, I don't know. It's not like I look actively at things I can't afford.
There's a reason why I write Shuya that happens to have this problem as well. It's because I personally experience it. Write what you know and all that. In fact, we're coming across the first instance of this now. So back to reading. You're free to take a piece if you like, young master. Xiaohao smiled sweetly. You've done more than enough for me. It's the least I could do. No. Wonderful pieces like this would be wasted on the likes of me. Shuya waved his hands in front of him with a self-deprecating smile. I disagree. Yushi leaned in and picked up the hairpin Shuya looked interested in and placed it in his hair. It looked perfectly in place in Shuya's fair hair, glittering in the dimming light of the sunset, give him an even more ethereal presence. Chapter art! Isn't it cute? I like this one a lot. Maybe should I make these a bit smaller? Need not cover my face. There we
Very
go.
cute.
A little more visible now. Bounding box, be gone! I need to hydrate for this line. Just as I thought, it suits you perfectly. Shiryu was speechless as he blinked dumbfoundedly at Yushi. Yushi just smiled warmly at him. He's right, Xiaohao clapped her hands together. But I can't just take this. We need a comma there, because I paused when I said that. There we go. Chia's cheeks flushed, unable to keep looking at the intense amber eyes that admired him. Then consider it a gift from... No, wrong voice. Then consider it a gift from me. Yushi placed more than enough coins down for Xiaohao to take. Oh, sir, this is more than what I offer for these. Xiaohao was about to hand the excess back when Yushi held his hand up. Keep it. Yushi smiled warmly. Use it toward acquiring more pieces like this in the future. Shujing. Shuya whined with a slight pout, about to take out the hairpin. I insist, Yushi said sharply before Shuya could even touch the hairpin. All right. Can turn that off now. Shuya sighed in defeat, his hand dropping. It really does suit you, young master. Xiaohao giggled at their interaction. I'll take your word for it. Shuya smiled weakly in defeat. Now you should pack up and head home for the evening, Xiaohao. Go home to your family. You earned and deserve it. Yes, sir. I'll shut down now. Xiaohao started to organize and gather what she needed to take with her. Please take care this evening, you two. You as well. You as well. Yushi still had a delighted smile as he saw the little star beads sway as Shuya moved. You really didn't have to do that. Shuya still looked rather pouty. It would be wasted on anyone else, Yushi voiced softly. That is a very fine instance of me doing comma instead of period. Did I really have eye issues back then? Did I have the double vision issues from the beginning? Fuck if I remember. But clearly, that was an instance where I used comma when it should have been a period. And not because I'm just changing it. That was oopsie poopsie on my part. Fine, I'm paying for dinner then. Shuya latched on to Yushi's arm and dragged him off. Yushi wasn't expecting the forcefulness the lithe young man imposed, simply going along with him as a result. The close proximity was just as startling as before, though his face didn't portray that in the style. Though his face didn't portray that in the slightest. In Meihua, it was rare for people to be in close contact if they weren't family or lovers. Many people kept a respectable distance, so it was rare for Yushi to be in such close contact with another, even when he was in disguise. As the Emperor of Meihua, that distance was usually even greater. He wasn't used to being this close to another, yet he felt quite at ease by this proximity, especially being able to pick up the faint scent of sandalwood with a hint of orange blossom that drifted from Shuya. He never expected to enjoy being this close to another. I hope you don't mind seafood. Shuya glanced up at Yushi, who quickly looked away upon realizing he was staring. Perfectly fine with me, Yushi replied warmly. Wonderful. Shuya finally released Yushi and practically skipped to the door of a restaurant just off the boardwalk. This place has the best, freshest in the city. Hydration time. Every time I feel the need to do that, I need to just hydrate. Because it's not helping my throat. I know they did that. Clearing your throat is worse. If you need to do that, you're supposed to cough. And that's better. But I'm an idiot. I forget that all the time. Young Master Maygree, good evening. The hostess greeted him warmly. She noticed Yushi following closely behind. You brought a guest with you tonight. How rare. Yes, rare indeed, but I like this one. Shuya flashed a smirk over his shoulder at Yushi. I figured I'd treat him to one of my favorite places tonight. Is there a private room available on the second floor? Yes, follow me. She bowed slightly before leading them upstairs. She brought them to a private dining room that overlooked the harbor. Large windowed doors opened the way out to a small balcony, letting in the sea breeze. The sun was barely glimmering on the water as the sky grew darker. The lanterns of the ships, and along the boardwalk. No, yeah, that's right. Hang on. My brain just couldn't comprehend that for a moment. The lanterns of the ships and along the boardwalk began to set alight, reflecting off the glassy surface. And this was the setting I used for the second attempt at my book cover. But I didn't want to use it for the chapter 2 arc because I wanted to highlight specifically the scene with the hairpin. So I'll just put it in like insert pages, extra art. like in the front and back. I did it again. Hydrate. Drinking game. Every time I try to clear my throat, you hydrate.
I was gonna say drinking game, but with water.
Yeah, because if you did that from the beginning of the stream, you're dead. If you did it with alcohol. Anyway, this is your reminder to drink water, chat. If the stream elements bot wasn't enough for you. Which goes off, I think, every half hour, thereabouts. I think that's what I was set to. Anyway.
I have no idea.
There. Bring us some of that plum wine I like, and your house special to start. Shuya asked the hostess before he set aside the paperwork he'd been carrying on the table. He stepped out on the balcony to admire the view. Right away, sir. The hostess bowed and left the room. A wonderful sight to behold. Yushi slowly walked out onto the balcony, standing not far from Shuya. Ooh, excuse me. The bubbles are kicking in. His eyes only briefly scanned the horizon before returning to the young man leaning on the railing. One of the many reasons I love this place. Shuya laughed lightly. I probably come here more often than I should. Nothing wrong with that, Yushi chuckled. It's good to take a time. Words are hard. This is why we need to stop after this chapter. The words are coming out less and less coherently.
How does one speak?
These words are hard, okay? I know
They
this.
are,
I'm
they
a
really
writer. Okay. It's good to take time and go do the things you want every once in a while. Certainly hasn't been much of that lately. Shuya let out a breath as he straightened up. Feels like I can never find time. Then perhaps during these meetings of ours, we should take the time. We should make... Get rid of that it. That's what's tripping me up in the sentence. There's the bot. Hydration time. There it is. Okay. And perhaps during these meetings of ours, we should make the time. She smiled warmly. You undoubtedly come up with the most unique ideas, Shujing. Shuya laughed. He noticed the hostess brought back the wine, and he wasted no time grabbing a cup. I'm quite serious. Yushi followed suit, picking up the other cup of wine that was poured. I think also should be a period instead of a comma. We can carve out a little time to do something we enjoy and still be considered doing business. Well, a simple chat would suffice. I feel like we should make our time a little more enjoyable. In fact, I make it non-negotiable. He held out his cup towards Shuya, who looked genuinely stunned before his face lit up into a bright smile. I can accept these terms. Shuya tapped his cup against Yushi's before taking a massive drink of the sweet, fruity plum wine he always craved. He let out a sharp breath and beamed. Yeah, that's the stuff. Indeed, this is quite wonderful. Yushi had also taken a drink and was pleasantly surprised by how crisp and clean it was, with just the right sweetness. It also tasted very little like alcohol, which could be dangerous for those who enjoyed such a flavor. Hint, hint. Drink time. Because I did it again. So, Shujing, how often is it you'd like for us to meet like this? Shuya hummed as he sat at the table and poured another cup for himself. It depends on the flow of information. At the very least, we could meet up once a week and adjust if need be. Yushi also sat at the table, further sipping on the plum wine. I can get behind that, Shuya voiced cheerfully, this time taking a sip of wine instead of practically downing the whole cup. This is my thing, so you get to decide. This is my thing, so you get to decide the next meeting's location. Comma. Another drinking game. Hydrate every time I add a comma. Fair enough. Yushi nodded with a cheerful smile. I'll think of something for the occasion and send word to you at the company. Sounds good to me. Shuya grinned. Speaking of, did you speak with your Imperial contact? Yushi was quite curious. Certainly, he could check back at the palace, but he would rather hear it from Shuya. Oh, I sent a letter before I left to make my rounds. I wonder if a reply is waiting back at the office. I'll have to check when I go drop these off. Shuya tapped the pile of documents on the table. Don't go working too late now. Yushi lightheartedly warned. Is that supposed to have a dash? Isn't it supposed to be that? Hang on. Google.
Doing this stuff to figure out what you need.
That one's all one word. This one has the dash. Is lighthearted supposed to be one word? Or is it supposed to have the dash?
Yes.
God damn it. I see it done both ways. The fuck?
The answer is yes.
Literally on the same website, I see it both ways. I'd do it with the dash, because I don't like the idea of that being one word. It's weird to me. But yes, no space. It's either one word or it has the dash. So that's what it's gonna be. Anyway. Word knowledge tangent. I won't. Just a peek to satiate my curiosity. I'll deal with it properly in the morning. Shuya giggled. He thought it was sweet how Yushi seemed to be looking out for him in little ways, even though they just met. That needs an 8. I do this a lot, so I think so. It's because that's how I type messages. I sometimes leave out certain words, but my point still gets across. But I can't really do that in writing as much. I'm bad at that. Especially lately. And times I've been like kind of rereading and I'm like, I did it again. Oops, I did it again.
You messed with the heart?
Got lost in the pain. Oh, baby, baby.
Do we remember any other part of that song?
Not really.
Yeah, I don't.
It's been way too long since I've heard it. Actually, I think it's on Beat Saber now.
Well,
I think. I could be wrong. Because there was a Britney pack added. I don't remember all the songs in it. I think I only played like one so far. I need to get back to doing that. I want to lose my weight, dude. It's been difficult because my body hates me. Anyway. Back to this. It made him wonder how such a nice man got involved with the likes of his father. However, he didn't feel like dwelling on that bitter old man for long. He was a little more curious about how an information broker that isn't bought by money had enough to pay for an extravagant restaurants like the one they were at the day before, and the expensive hairpin with extra, without batting an eye. Shujing, you said yesterday that you don't charge for information, yet you didn't even think twice about buying this hairpin for me. So, where do you get all your money from? income. I suppose you could say it's a hefty inheritance. Yushi smirked. It wasn't entirely a lie. He did, in a way, inherit it from the man he killed for the throne. In any case, it was the usual response when people asked him that question, so it sounded convincing enough. You must be from quite a reputable family, then. Perhaps that's why you seemed so familiar when we first met? Shuya had long since thought there was a faint sense of familiarity when he first saw his face, but it was so vague and distant he hadn't given it much thought. Let me change, because I did too many pronouns here. I need to change this one to name. Wait, no. Yushi's. Still in the wrong one. My bad. Shuya had long since thought there was a faint sense of familiarity when he first saw Yuji's face, but it was so vague and distant he hadn't given it much thought. And I'm just looking at the next line. I know this isn't gonna flow good. I'm gonna read it anyway. Perhaps. Or perhaps you've seen me in passing when dealing with your father. It comes out verbally okay, but visually it's a little... I'm gonna change this. Yeah. Works better for my eyeballs. Sometimes when you use a word too much in one sentence, sometimes if even just using it twice in one sentence, you can't do that. Certain words though. Okay. Let's read it again. Could be the case. Or perhaps you've seen me in passing when dealing with your father, Yushi suggested. He was grateful he rarely showed his face at formal imperial events. It allowed him the freedom of peaceful moments like this. That's a good point. Shuya was more than satisfied with both of them being... Shuya was more than satisfied with both of them being the most likely answer and didn't even think to dig too much deeper. Okay. It's just my brain not processing fast enough. That's okay.
You got there.
I almost rebranded that fucking sentence, but it's just my brain. My brain lag. Oh. I don't blame you. Larger social gatherings are such a hassle. Oh wait, I skipped a line. My bad. I scrolled too soon. I feel like I would remember someone as striking as you. Then again, I don't pay much attention at the social gatherings and avoid my father. I don't blame you. Larger social gatherings are such a hassle. She let out a soft sigh. I tolerate them, but I prefer smaller gatherings with select company, such as yourself. Stay hydrated. The voice do be getting wary. And I think...
And don't improve it, so...
Yeah, I think we're only like halfway through this chapter. We'll get through it.
I believe in you.
Okay. Just trying to figure out where I was. Your flattery is wasted on me. She felt his cheeks heat up a bit. He was starting to think it was the alcohol hitting him. Sweet, ignorant boy. I only speak the truth. Yushi looked at him fondly. I don't say that about just anyone. I've enjoyed our time together thus far. There's something about being with you that makes... There's something about being with you that just makes me feel at ease. Hint, hint. Foreshadow. So sorry if this is anybody's first exposure to this and I keep pointing out the foreshadowing and future events. But
I find knowing foreshadowing's coming
I'm
entertaining.
silly
so
like
I'm all for
that.
it.
Yeah, I was actually kind of worried I would need to add more foreshadowing. But I see that I've done plenty thus far, so...
You just did it without even noticing.
Yeah. I was just worried that, because, like, so much has kind of, like, changed and developed since the early chapters. That's why it was like, I kind of want to go through and do a quick editing pass. Aside from being the fact that I need it for the book. The physical book.
Yeah.
God, I can't wait to have that thing in my hands. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so satisfying. I feel burp trying to come up again. Okay. That was the wet one. What the fuck? Tell me, what is your problem today? Okay. Is that word good for that spot? Hang on. Do you like using that word when I can? No, yeah, that's a good one. That is a good synonym. for the intent. Okay. I get that a lot. Shuya let out a charged laugh. It's not like I'm doing anything that warrants that reaction. I can't speak to others, but I quite enjoy the fact that you don't put up much pretense. You feel You feel very genuine. I greatly admire that quality in people. Makes me feel like I don't have to either. Wrong document. I scrolled in my notes again. Then don't, Shuya stated simply. I can't stand when people are fake like that. I've dealt with it enough through my life. I've dealt with it enough through my life between my father and people who just want to use me in business or social standings. I can't recall the last time I've had any sort of companionship that hadn't ended in bitter jealousy or betrayal. So, do me a favor and don't be like that, please. I wanted to add a comma. Where was the comma that I wanted to add? Or no, I wanted to change this comma to a period. That's what I wanted. Like that. Yes. You don't really have any genuine friends, do you? Here she picked up on the desperation in Shuya's voice. It made Yushi's chest tighten, seeing that sad look on Shuya's face as he glanced away. Let me check what the next song is. I don't remember if I was supposed to change during this part or not. No. It's good, but it's not. This one's still supposed to be meant for the scene. Okay. I just had to be sure. Yeah, this part I already kind of went through and changed, but I don't think I've updated it in the main, or I don't think I've updated it online chapters yet. Because initially this first sentence here wasn't a part of it. So, that's because when I wrote this, I didn't have, Jinsei made up yet, so. But had to poke it a little bit. This is one of those instances of, you know, early foreshadowing that I needed to add. I think when I was skimming the chapter for whatever scene I wanted to do, it's when I did it. When I was deciding the art stuff. Anyway. Tangent. Peek into the creative mind. Hydrate. Okay. God, we're pushing on 4 hours. We're almost there. We're in like the last third. Perhaps one, but we mostly meet for business these days. Other than that, the closest is probably some of the merchants of the company, but I'm their superior, so I can't show preference like that. So it never extends beyond casual conversation and passing. Shuya rested his head in his hand and swirled the wine in his cup, watching the rich liquid whirlpool. Such is the life I lead. Don't just settle for that. Yoshi scowled at how defeated Shuya seemed to be by the notion. You deserve a chance to have companions that make you happy and comfortable to be around. I hope in time you'll be able to consider me more than just a business partner. You're so sweet, Shujing. She flashed a bright smile at him. Keep that up, and I don't think it'll take much time at all. I'll keep that in mind, then. Yoshi let out a sigh of relief. He preferred it if it was the case already, but he understood his reservations. Yoshi had to deal with countless people who simply wanted to gain favor and be on his and be in his good graces, when more often than not they coveted his position. That's why he arranged his upper court to only be those he genuinely trusted and had close bonds of friendship with. People with power couldn't trust easily, lest they be spurned by hidden intent. Yushi couldn't help but see a bit of his younger self in Shuya. There was a time he'd given up on the idea of being close with others. He couldn't help but... I need to change that. There's two of a word that shouldn't be two. There we go. That is much better. He couldn't help but want to pull Shuya out of that darkness, as Ryuuna had done for him. Someone as lovely as Shuya deserved at least this much, and even more. Am I just having an acid reflux kind of night? Is that what this is?
You know, you're trying to do things. Naturally, it's got to be a problem.
Yeah. I think my tummy's just upsetty spaghetti. It might be subsist off of fruit and veggie type shit. And by that I mean strawberries and whipped cream.
You know?
There have been days where the only meal I've had was a pound of strawberries with whipped cream.
I cannot judge.
Usually I have other snacks too, but it's usually only like a handful. Anyway, tangent. Hydrate every time we go on a tangent.
Everyone is so hydrated at this point.
Yeah, y'all motherfuckers better be going to the bathroom with how much you've been hydrating. I know I kind of low-key have to, but we're almost to the end of this. I can wait. Ooh. More fluff time. Shuya, if you could have anything in the world, what would it be? Yushi asked, out of mild curiosity, but also to keep in mind to pamper the young man in the future. Trying to win me over? Shuya smirked playfully. Perhaps, Yushi replied with a coy smile. The thing is, in this line of business, I could have just about anything, so I haven't given it much thought. Shuya tapped the table as he thought about it. That needs a comma right there, I can already tell you that much. Yet, I know from how you reacted to the hairpin, you don't indulge yourself. Yushi noticed Shuya's flustered surprise and couldn't help but find it adorable. Your Honor, they're already in love. They just don't realize it yet.
I mean, the hair thing alone.
It's a very good first special moment.
It's classic.
Yeah. And hairpins are great significance in Chinese culture. Often when courting someone, man will give their loved one a hairpin.
Yep.
So they're officially courting everybody.
Yep.
They just don't realize it yet. Hang on, my pulling my keyboard cord on my feetsies, and I didn't pull it down. I need to fix this situation. I need to add this to like one of these clippies. Did I have one in the middle? Nope. It's just at the end. I'll edit this one. God, there's so many cords in this one. Cable management, everybody!
It's important to have, so then your cats can mess it up.
It's usually not, like, under my desk enough to be that. He's usually on the desk instead.
Misty likes to bap the cords under my desk, so I have them all set up so like they weren't sticking out, like they were pretty evenly pushed back.
Mm-hmm.
And that has since been pulled out and messed up.
Yeah. See, the only cord Jake messes with is my phone charger, and I recently had to replace it because he fucking chomps on that motherfucker. Even it was also a braided cable, so that will wear down after a while of chomps. Not as fast as like the regular insulated cables or whatever. They chew through those really fast. That's why I started getting braided cables, because they don't chew through it really fast. In fact, this is the first braided cable I've ever had to replace because he's chewed enough of it that it's like not working properly.
Well, he was really determined on that one.
Yeah, it's just every once in a while, like when I'm waking up, he'll like chomp it. I've like started steering him away from it. Or once I unplug my phone, I tuck it in between the pillows. So I don't think he's had a chance to chomp on the new one yet.
But it's not from lack of trying.
Yeah. He only does it, like, as I'm, like, laying there trying to come back to my body and process the world. He's a little shit sometimes. But I'll take it. Like, if that's the only time he's gonna chew any of my cords, fine with me. There's a lot of other cords he could fuck up that are not so easily replaceable. Anywho. Tangent. Okay. Well, when you want for nothing long enough and don't succumb to greed, you just want nothing at all.
Cats. Sorry.
Meow.
Can't decide if he wants on my lap or not, so he keeps like hopping on my shoulder, kind of like claws out and then backing away. Deciding for you. You're on my lap now because reading is happening and you're distracting.
No, that's okay. I was debating deleting this comma right here, but I think that is a necessary one. Given the sentence structure I have going on there. Just usually put little side thoughts in between commas like that, if it's like a mid-sentence type thing. So yeah, asked correct. I don't know what the proper term for that is, but I know. Look, I remember a lot of English class, but I couldn't tell you what any of the names for these proper terminologies are. I'm like, oh yeah, I know that's a thing. I know that's a thing. I know that's a thing. Oh well. I'm gonna read that again. Okay. Well, when you want for nothing long enough and don't succumb to greed, you just want nothing at all. Shuya pouted and looked away. I don't think that's true. It's just harder to hear that voice, those desires. Yushi spoke from experience. He started favoring his secret outings for similar reasons. Since my inheritance, I found myself in a similar position. That was hard. I found myself in a similar position. I found myself wanting unique experiences and bonds over anything material. Thus, I now deal in information. Which is really funny given what he is. But I haven't established that yet. But the knowers know. Huh. Shuya blinked. He was still drawing a blank. He'd been so complacent with his lot in life that he'd stopped wondering what he'd want for himself. I might have to get back to you on that. And please, take your time. Yushi smiled softly. I'm curious to know, but if you've forgotten how to desire, then take the time to rediscover it. Thank you. You've given me much to think about. Shuya looked rather pleased. Despite the deeper topic, I have a feeling your curiosities will be on my mind for a while. I'll try to refrain from adding too many more. Yushi laughed. For some reason, it pleased him to hear that indirectly he would be in Shuya's thoughts. Did I mention they're in love already? They just don't realize it yet? Anyway, I love them. They're adorable. Even when they're oblivious. At least one of them realizes it sooner rather than later. No, I quite like it. Shuya always enjoyed intellectual and deep conversations. It wasn't very often he ran into someone he was willing to speak at length about such things. I won't hold it against you. I'm glad, because I'm not certain I can promise I'll tamper my curiosity about you. Yushi's amber eyes watched Shuya with such apt fascination. An unfortunate habit of the trade. Shuya couldn't help but squirm under his burning gaze. It wasn't discomfort, but excitement. He didn't know what he did to capture this handsome man's attention, but he felt so much more lively in his presence. Need a comma there. Comma time. Comma. Where was it that I wanted to put this? Wait. There it is. So many words on the screen, it's hard to process them all. It's difficult when I want to, like, edit something. Switching from the OBS capture of it to back to the document takes me a bit to process all the words in front of me.
That's fair, because you kind of gotta, like, reestablish.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is where I'm looking.
Yeah. And it's kind of hard to do with the on the OBS one because there's a little bit of lag. So if I were to like just go through there and do it like that, it's a little funky. Anywho, for once, he felt like he was treated just like another person. While his rationality said not to trust him so easily, else he could end up disappointed again. His heart was already getting there, desperate for this ray of hope that maybe he can be a little more normal. Say, Shujing, if I were in need of contacting you, where should I send word? Shuya couldn't help but wonder if he found Shuya couldn't help but wonder if he found his answer sooner rather than later. I think that needs a comma. Yeah. You feel like that flows better if I do a comma. Why are you telling me it's wrong? It feels right. Okay, Gabe. I'll leave it out. Just because it works for my brain doesn't mean it is correct. Anyway. Shuya couldn't help but wonder if he found his answer sooner rather than later, if he really could wait a week to tell him. Oh, yes, I apologize. I should have considered that. Yushi did have a small residence outside of the palace that he would use for such instances, along with the rare times he needed to entertain guests as Shujing. Typically, Ryuuna would stop by to pick up any correspondences and bring them back to the palace for him. Perhaps I'll walk with you back to the office so I can write it down for you. Please, I appreciate it. Shuya beamed at the idea of just spending a little more time with him. Your Honor, they're gay. Shit, that was the last of my drink. Hang on. I gotta make another. Chat, you ready for the can opening ASMR? Yep. Crispy. Can't believe the mic's even picking up the fizzy. Probably wouldn't if I had the second noise filter on, but I only do that when there's excessive noise outside of my door. Like somebody vacuuming outside my door even though my live sign is on.
What difference between our households? I'm pretty sure I'm the only one still awake at this point. I mean, actually, that's not true. They're probably awake, but everyone's in their room. The house has gone dark.
Yeah.
Ever since you left the arcade, no one else stays up.
Yeah. Not everybody's as insomniatic as I am. It's been so bad lately. I've been like going to bed at like 2 or 3 in the morning. There was one night it wasn't until like 4:30.
Oh, I've been at this point. I haven't been able to sleep until like 2 a.m. on a good night. Bad nights have been 4 a.m. Which is lovely when you gotta get up and try to go to work.
You're okay. Back to story time. By the time they finished their dinner and like, music, I think this is supposed to be it, right? Or did I skip one? Nope, that's the last one. Okay. Got it. Nailed it. Yeah, I told you this chapter 2 didn't have as many track changes. Ah! I scrolled. Did not mean to. Okay. By the time they finished their dinner and were 2 wine jugs deep, Shuya was stumbling a bit and had to cling to Yushi, who seemed perfectly fine. Yushi opted to carry the documents, so Shuya didn't keep dropping them. Shujing, you really are too sweet. Shuya pressed his cheek against the taller man's arm. Yushi found the sight adorable. I bet whoever snatched you up is one lucky person. I suppose that remains to be seen. Yushi was so amused upon seeing him so flushed and clingy. The alcohol definitely brought that side out of him more. What? No way you aren't taken already. Shuya looked genuinely shocked. Not as though others haven't tried, but I decided a long time ago to wait for my fated person. Yushi smiled warmly. Of all the choices I've had to give up in the past, that's one I refuse to sacrifice. How romantic, Shuya giggled. My mother wanted the same for me. I wonder if there's really another person at the end of this red thread of mine. Shuya looked at his hand, looking at the slender finger. That is supposed to be finger. Yeah, okay. Looking at the slender finger, the legends say the invisible red thread of fate was tied that bound one to their fated love. Of course there is. Yushi tightened his arm around Shuya's to keep him from falling again. Don't lose hope on that either, okay? All right. Shuya's smile was so bright, it was a relief to Yushi. He was a little worried he'd have to help Shuya. He was a little worried blah, blah, blah. Words are hard. He was a little worried he'd have to help Shuya believe that he deserved love in that regard, too. Even if the wine made Shuya more cheery and at ease, at least a part of him wasn't ready to give up on love if he agreed so easily. Hydration time. I think I blended that one a little better. Oh, maybe not. Still got that cherry artificialness. Anywho. The main office of the Megui Trading Company wasn't far from the docks, though they took their time so Shuya wouldn't fall. It didn't take them long to make it there. Shuya struggled with his keys for a bit, and Yushi enjoyed the adorable pout on his face. Eventually, Shuya found the right one and waved Yushi inside, leading the way to his office. Forgive the mess, Shuya stated as he lit the oil lantern near the door. You can set those on my desk for now. You call this a mess? Yushi was in disbelief. It was far cleaner and more organized than his own desk. Even Ryuuna's seemed like a mess by comparison, and His was usually immaculate. It would be nicer if my father didn't keep piling up more work on it. Shuya looked annoyed as he approached his desk, seeing a different assortment of documents on it compared to when he left. His face lit up upon seeing a letter with the seal of his imperial liaison. He snatched it up and fished out his reading glasses from the drawer in his desk. He quickly opened the letter and gave it a quick skim. He giggled cheerfully. Seems you were right. Tomorrow I'll be stopping by the palace to discuss terms. That's supposed to be a thought. It's one of those that accidentally lost its formatting. It'll be good to go through this just for that. But also the other things that we're doing this for. I'll be sure to remain scarce tomorrow, Yushi thought to himself as he smiled fondly at the overjoyed young man. Wonderful. You'll have to tell me more about it next week. I'll do you one better. Shuya set out a blank piece of paper and his brush and ink. I can at least write to you about it tomorrow. Yes, I'd like that. Yushi chuckled as he quickly jotted down the address. Of course he would be able to hear word of it in the palace, but he was so taken with Shuya's reactions, he just couldn't resist the idea. Part of him wished to simply see him again tomorrow, but he knew Ryuuna would be absolutely livid if he skipped out on more work. All right, plans for tomorrow are set. Shuya giggled cheerfully as he put the address, letter, and his reading glasses back in the drawer. Let's head home. Lantern snuffed and the door locked once again. It was time to part ways. However, both of them seemed a little reluctant to. There needs to be a comma here. Comma. Rest well, Shuya. I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow. Yushi let out a breath. I promise to let you know right away, Shuya giggled. Can't wait to see you again. As do I. Yushi leaned forward and brushed a stray lock of hair from Shuya's face and tucked it behind his ear. Be sure to wear that hairpin next time as well. He gently tapped on one of the little star beads dangling from it before pulling away. I was already planning on it. Shuya grinned childishly as he started to dash down the quiet street. Good night, Shujing. Good night, Shuya. Yushi reluctantly turned to head back toward the palace. The end. It's the end of today's stream. We did it.
Nice.
We made it through 2 chapters.
You know, It didn't take that long.
4 hours, 22 minutes.
You know,
To be fair, 20 of those minutes you were muted. So 4 hours to get through all of it. About. I can eat chocolate now. Because, definitely not gonna be able to go too much longer. Just yapping hours and we wrap up. I consume this caramel. This chocolate sea salt caramel. Fuck yeah. Oh, it's so good. God, so yummy. I was hoping we'd get farther, but I underestimate how long my chapters are.
you know, that's fair.
But it's okay. I'll try and do this once a week as long as my voice permits it.
Sure.
I can stop the Audacity recording now.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna get off here in a sec. My computer's angry. I turned off Minecraft because it was at one point you shuddered, like the whole computer shuddered.
No.
So, also I'm trying not to play Minecraft for too long extended, since 4 hours is a lot.
Where is this being sent to? Did I accidentally send to? It's in 41. That's not supposed to be correct. I did not check that earlier. Let me remedy that so I'm not hunting for it later. Not that one. This folder. This folder. Leave that. Rename this. Do. Save. I didn't realize I had Dova music in that folder. I should relocate that. Export. Ooh. This one's taking longer. Anyways, thank you for stopping by, chat. It's been a wonderful time. I hope you didn't get too annoyed with all our tangents.
Yeah, hopefully.
It was bound to happen. Like I said at the beginning of stream, this was both live read and live editing. So we had to
True.
pause every once in a while, get the thoughts, let the thoughts flow, you know? Even if the thoughts weren't related to what we were doing. Listen, if you think about what we were talking about earlier, if I were doing this editing, all those tangents would have been times I go to scroll on TikTok. So, you know, it's far more productive to do it on stream.
It's not wrong.
It's at least
It's the
content.
Yep. It's the best way to keep things going. You
Yeah.
get somebody or something motivation-wise.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I wanted to, that's why I considered doing this. Because, like, I just haven't done it so far at all, obviously. And, I know there are some of you out there that don't read. But you'll listen, so. I might edit those, pure audio recordings to, put out as actual chapters, you know?
Yeah.
If I
Why
can
not?
stand my own voice for that long. I can stand it for the 5-minute bursts that I have to do for my TikToks, but we'll see if I can handle it for this one. Because I had T edit the first one together. Because I couldn't stand my voice at the time. I'm better about that now, I think. Now that my voice is all fucked up. I care less. But yeah. I appreciate all you. If you want to read more, obviously, you can go to the website. The first chapter is the link that's pinned right now. And all that. So I'm gonna go add these after we sign off to update the online chapter. The little changes. But there's enough of them. It warrants that. I need to add the chapter 2 art to the Patreon as well. So I was gonna add that like in the chapter. Mid-chapter and all that. Yeah. If you can't wait for whenever we next do this. Who knows? Maybe next time there'll be more allies.
Sure. You never know who else will attract.
Yeah. I'll probably put it out as an open invitation next time I schedule one. On the day I schedule it. Rather than putting a little hint at the top of VC. But yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. And obviously, remember to hydrate. If we haven't established that enough this stream, hydrate.
Water is
bitch.
important.
Consume liquid. Preferably, it should be water, but, you know, we aren't one to judge here.
No.
Nico and I are practically allergic to water.
You're not wrong.
I'm just too addicted to soda, so that's my issue.
It's the carbonation in the soda.
Bubbles.
I have found I like I've got a water flavor I like now that I will drink from occasionally.
Nice.
But it's mostly soda.
Yeah. I'm aware it's an addiction. Will I fix it? No. But at least I'm drinking non-caffeinated beverages now.
It's true. You know, that's an improvement.
Because my current obsession is not caffeinated. Which is strange. You would think I wouldn't have the insomnia issues I do, given how exhausted I always am. But,
Caffeine doesn't entirely help that.
you know,
I mean, it doesn't really affect it too much depending on things.
once it's late, I just want to, like, do writing and shit, and that's usually what keeps me up for quite a while. But
Yeah.
usually
I
I'll
guess
go
I
to bed
shouldn't
when I
judge.
do feel tired, but lately it hasn't been until quite late.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't judge because caffeine sometimes makes me really sleepy. So
Yeah.
that's called ADHD.
Tea.
Okay. I need to go.
Yeah.
Ella is
It's
whining
time
and I
to
actually
wrap
have
it
to
up.
pee.
Alright, chat. We'll see you later. Thank you for stopping by. Bye-bye.
Meow.